Okay.
So, Chloe, even though it's not close to the hole, we still have to mark. It's like
An advantage.
no, it's like an English rule. Anything you want to golf green, you have to mark it.
No problem.
I don't know why.
No, it's okay. So now I can play?
Yeah, that's fine. It's off the back. Me, you.
As you want.
Chip.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, get my shadow out of my way. Ah, okay. Sorry, it's okay.
Peter. Sorry, this is Angel. Angel Plazo. Won't to recover it from down the bottom, but just hung out on the right hand side. Not very happy with that, unfortunately. Apologies, it seems there was a problem with the sound. We now have that back. We are with the men on Pines. Hole number 3. And we are watching this group finish off. Group of Bobby Fischer, Peter Klucker, Matek, Sivtek and Angel Parzo. Just finishing off, as you can see, beautiful day. Course is filling up nicely with the men over here on Pines. And that is the tee box we're looking at. Comes all the way down the slope, down onto the green, looking over the back of the course as they walk off of 3. So this is the tee box for 3. Testing hole, all about pace, making sure pace is good. Tracking down the hill. Flip to the other camera to see it run down. So tough par 3, as you can see, very reachable in 1, but it's all about where the ball finishes. Unfortunately, that is run off the right-hand side from the golfer and out the bunker. So that's going to be halfway down the hill. His body language walking away from the hole. Was a little bit disappointed. Opting to go a lot further left this time, over the path, tracking down the hill. We pick it up coming out the other side of the trees. Haven't seen this angle yet this morning. Be interesting to see where that ends up. Again, going so far left, I think it's going to track right across the green, down the first tier, over on the right hand side. It needs to stop. Oh, that's the jeopardy of that line. It picks up so much pace from the left hand side, turns hard right, and the pace just keeps growing and growing. Sends it off the back. As it with the previous group, 3 of the 4 managed to keep it on there, give themselves a look for birdie. So back onto the tee. This group is Matteo Zabrini, Max Baker, Rowan McCormack, Octavia Rodriguez. See the camera setup we have here today. Just you can see them all talking about it. All the buggies lined up. Watch the tee shot from here. Hear the noise. Oh, it's caught the edge of the bunker on the left-hand side there. I don't know what that's going to do to it, whether it's going to slow it up too much. I think it's probably going to fall onto the front edge of the green, but I'm not sure it's going to go much more than that. Needs to be careful not to run off the right hand side as well. See Max Baker stood there, hands on hip, wiping his brow, contemplating his next shot. So Matteo Zabrini further left. You have to be careful with where they park their buggies over on that left-hand side today. That has taken all the pace off of it. It's gone so far left and so high that it's taken all the pace. I think you'll be lucky if that comes down, but it's not off the back of the green. It's not down the slope. Is that the lesser of two evils? Which one would you choose? So we will track down to greenside in a minute. We have the cherry picker up above, getting the tee box. Alice is on the ground, picking up the green for us. Seth. So we'll have a quick update of the leaderboard while we sort the camera out down on the green. So the men over at Pines here, obviously all of the leaders go off later today. But John Neal is 3 under through 2. Great start for John. Takeshi Okai is 2 under through 2. Yuri Samanda 1 under through 1. But the biggest mover of the day, as we said earlier, Ant Brolia 3 under through 6 this morning, and we will pick up that group a little bit later on. Julio Yepes from the US, 2 under through 6. It's good to see him coming along to support the darts evening last night. We had a great darts evening organised by Alex Hill at the resort. It was well attended. We had 32 players involved, best of 3 matches, and then culminating in a semi-final and final that they have prize money and a donation to the Grange Trust made. So thank you to Alex for organising that.
It's alright.
Congratulations to Matthew Morgan for winning the darts.
Yeah, by the trees.
So choosing to chip. Got a lot of air.
I can show you on the thing. On that one down there.
Was
yeah, yeah. It's a bit of a swing, so I have to just kind of like poke through.
Much. It unfortunately disappears off the back.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Hand back round to see what can be done. So this slowed up when it came in.
Yeah, I mean,
Stopped
the
on
women's,
slope.
I've got a tree in the way, and I can see a bit of the
Should
men's.
have a lot more accuracy and position from this side rather than being off the back. So it sends it on its way.
I mean, obviously that one is
Still
clear.
With pace.
And then
The safer left-hand side. Still got a lot of pace though. Needs to
no, I can't. I've got
see
the
flag
the
there
trees
on
in the way.
it's pointing, so they're coming down
Fear.
the hill.
I've got this one down here.
Behind on a very, very firm green.
Um,
Unfortunately, that means the ball is running.
yeah, I've
hard.
got the
So Max
green.
Baker,
I've got this screen behind me.
contemplating the shot here, knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Visualising the shot. Nice strong side foot.
Yeah, I've got a clear view of
Over
this
the
one,
top.
but I
Second
probably
top
need to
shot.
move
This is
this.
a very, very good shot indeed. It's
Thingy
settled,
across.
turning off the bank, and it's got a chance.
The receiver.
Absolutely fantastic shot from Max Baker.
Should be able to, but it's going to be a bit.
Very happy with that indeed.
It's not ideal, no.
Casually tap that in to finish. And
I mean, we could do this one, and then when a few teams are coming through, I could just move it across,
Par 3.
and then I would have a full swing.
play it sensibly.
Yeah, I'll put it on there for you. I can see the guy in white now.
Seen from other groups.
but I'm kind of like the trees, the tops of the trees are in the shot.
So this one from off the back of the green. It's run a little bit long. Just have to play that back and be careful not to go over the back. This will just settle down on the right hand side now. This sort of slopes away to this bottom edge. Just tipping over the top and absolutely couldn't have played it any better. Pace was perfect. A little bit further right. Could have got in. So, Ronan Cormac to finish. It does. Pace just sent it through the line. Didn't quite turn back to the right, but that'll be a tap in from there. Another one just grazes past the front edge. Very, very tough par 3 here. If you can get a birdie here, you're probably guaranteed to have at least a shot on the rest of the field. Par probably considered a good score as well. So, as they disappear, we go back to the women over on Forest and see them pick up hole 3. So this is the featured group this morning. The others coming to you later, but this is the one we really felt was going to make a move, and I think it's proving to do so. Manor putting on particularly good form this morning. Very interesting to see who finishes on top this weekend for the women. We have over 30 women in attendance this weekend and absolute world-class field. Eka Resner, obviously one of the favourites. Lucia Zernikova guaranteed to make a comeback. Marek Shak, I know, was disappointed with the round yesterday. Looking great so far this morning. So plenty to play for. Of the more local women, Kelly Menzies shot well yesterday and will look to carry on being in contention. I know that her and Michaela probably didn't enjoy their doubles as much as they wanted to yesterday, but she is a world-class player. And then Jen Brothel always wants to be involved. She is class and really disappointed yesterday. We looked to bounce back strong today. But slightly further down, you can never rule out our English ladies. Claire Williams needs to start well today. Suspect will start well today. And Michaela Hill, Sarah White and Steph Farley all in that group as well. With Laura Thompson just behind from the local women groups. So Jen stood hands on hips. She called me out for doing the same yesterday. Did look rather like a teapot. But Jen contemplated her next shot. Now Shaq comes in to mark So, Jen to play. Played this in the pairs yesterday, so she has some idea of what it does. Just running through slightly there. A bit firm, a bit left. That was over the back, given the fact that that's Echo and Mura playing now. It's Chloe we saw before. This looks very good. Again, just got to sit inside Marritt's marker there, as you can see. So very good. 2 good birdie opportunities. 2 slightly further away, but all within a sniff. Orsini. Straight down the middle. No doubt there. Hit the pin. Always the best thing to do if you can. Also in, so 2 of them considered slightly harder chances. Both dropped. Let's see how Marritt does. Side. This is looking like a very good hole for the women. 4 out of 4. Perfect. And away they go. Right on the fairway, as you see, because of it, picked up a little bit more distance. Shot and on the buggy, thinking about what to do. I think just from the front. Just while we wait, we'll flick over to the men, back on Pines 3, for this group to finish up. This is that tricky par 3 down the hill. I can already see there's another group up on the hill behind them. So right behind the line of this putt, great camera position to see this all the way starts it off the left edge. That's run to the right and needs to settle as well. Very aggressive with that. He's going to get lucky. Backdoor, we call that. But no pictures on a scorecard. He'll be happy with that as he walks away. So Matthew Morgan, spoke about him earlier, a darts champion from last night. Rolls it towards the hole and in it pops. Straightforward for Matt. Very, very experienced foot golfer. Scottish international. Up. Really thinking about this one. It works. So, group header finished. Women down minus 4. With the number of options we have available to us today.
Level pass.
So Merritt to play next. Buoyed by the birdie on the previous hole. Slightly tougher. The hole on this is almost set on the corner bunker. Jen played this yesterday in pairs, so knows how to play it. Whether she played this shot or not is another matter, but she knows what to do. Played here last year. Strong side, so it rolls up in between the ball and the bunker. Ideally, you want to try to get it stopped there before it rolls on too much. Still a chance coming back, but probably a little bit further away than they would have liked.
Thank you.
So, sorry, Chloe Orsini play next. This looks like slightly better pace, flirting with the bunker. See, just
nice.
Turn onto the green and nothing more, so that's very, very good there. So this will be interesting. It's par 4. Chloe Orsini's definitely given herself the best opportunity there. So Merritt Chat furthest away, first to play. It's down the slope of the green. Have a little bit of pace. Very, very good placement. It's going to drop. Oh no! So that would have been 2 birdies in a row. It's a fantastic putt. She's just going to slowly walk to the hole in case a gust of wind comes along and helps her out, but
Oh, it's looking down.
I don't think it will. And in it goes for a par. So Nakamura came up short, but still has a putt in. Turn right off the edge of the bunker a little bit. Not quite enough. So that should be a tap-in par. As well. So Jen, birdie shot, sends it towards the hole. Just drift to the right hand side. Tidied up for a par. So Chloe Orsini definitely played this hole the best. She's got the best opportunity now, and the only one in the group to possibly get a birdie. I'd like to think she'll sink it from there. So disappointing after great work. 2 shots previously.
That's fine. Let's move on. 4 minutes.
So we go back over to the men. So back down on hole 3, looking at those that have gone off the back slightly. Another camera setup, ready to bring you some action further ahead. Those early men out on hole 15 shortly, but we'll stick here for now. So anyone you see in a blue bib throughout coverage today will be a marshal out on the course, helping to mark balls and help make raw decisions where they need to. So they're not players, but they are there to help and assist. That looks very pacey. He's going to be absolutely kicking himself with that. He had the line, didn't need that much pace at all, so a bit disappointing there. That looked like Bernie Mungine. And off he goes over the hill. So the others in this group are Javier Martin Irigoyen, Bernie Mungine that we've seen down the hill, James Innes from England, and James Bryce. James Bryce being one of the finalists in the darts, and Bernie Mungine being a losing semi-finalist.
When you do it, say you aren't taking an unplayable. Okay. So everyone knows. I saw you doing it. Yeah, I'm not going to pick it up and chuck it in the hole.
So what you would have seen there is Bernie Mungine go and get his ball from down the other end of the slope, bring it back and put it into the position he previously was at. So what he's done there is taken an unplayable lie. What you can do with a shot penalty is choose to go and take your ball from wherever it ended up, put it back to where you were with the shot penalty and play it again. And I guess sensibly he didn't fancy the shot from down the hill, so took a shot penalty to do that. So James Innes across the green, very good pace. That will just turn back towards the hole, and so sensible. So first shot onto the green, second up close, tap in par and walk away. It's a very sensible way to play the hole indeed. So Javier from the right hand side, using the slope. Is it going to turn back hard enough? And it does. And that's a great hole for him. So James Bryce now looking to tidy up. His familiar backward cap. And in it goes, no trouble for Brycey there. And they move on. So back up to the top of the hill. We'll watch this group come through and then we go and see what action we can get from 15. So Alan Smith tees off. Player from my own club down in Kent in England, Pedham Place FootGolf Club. A fairly new player to the sport, but doing very, very well and clearly got the FootGolf bug. There are a group of boys from Pedham that play every Friday morning. Alice having to scamper away with the camera there before getting hit by the ball. Fortunately, I think it's probably gone down the bank. I'll come back and pick that up. But yeah, Alan turning into a very good player, comes from a football background. You can see by his shirt that he's wearing. The Pedham Place Friday Club, FootGolf Club, have all got shirts made, especially for the occasion. So again, this one trundling down. All about the pace. Is this going to head off to the right hand side? It's turning back onto the green nicely. This one looks a lot better. It's all about the pace now. You can see the FGB logo rolling past us. And it's going to... Oh, it's hung on to the edge. What a shot that has turned out to be. So, a little bit further right, but definitely a birdie opportunity from there. And that ball being marked by our marshal. So we'll watch this come down and then we can give you a leaderboard update from the women. Most of them are through 8 or 9 holes and beyond now. It'll just give you an idea of the movers and shakers for today. But we'll watch this ball come down. Again, flirting with this. It's difficult to get the left hand side with the slope that's there. See the camera position perfectly to track the balls down onto the green. So we've got one more player in this group, so we'll see this ball come down and then give them time to walk down while we review the women's scores. So very, very wide this one. Got to be careful not to hit the signpost there on the path. Whisker past the signpost, and again, as we saw earlier, that high up on the right hand side is not going to come down. It's going to stay there. Not sure if that's intentional or not, but it gives them a chance to roll down a little bit more safely on the right hand side. So we'll have a look at the leaderboard for the women, and as you can see, our overnight leader Rebecca Resner is 2 under today through 8, so a total of 4 under, and all of those top 5 picking up some early birdies. Rina Akosu, Japan, only 1 under after 8, but was evens previously, so she's come back. Tiffany Suss, 2 under through 8, and there we go, world champion, major winner Lucia Semkova, 3 under through 10. That was always going to happen, and she will continue to climb. Absolutely chuffed for Kelly Mendez as well, 2 under through 9 today. Showed glimpses of some great play yesterday, but didn't really materialise in the score, so really pleased for Kelly. And then we have the French parent of Melanie and Charlotte. But again, as we picked up earlier, the footage we saw, Marit Schaap 4 under through 11. So a great score. She was 3 over finish yesterday, so she'll be pleased with that. So that gives us an idea of the movers and shakers. We'll pick up more of them during the day, but we'll flick back over. This is now hole 15. And we see these balls tracking down the fairway. This is from our cherry picker, just in front of the media centre. And we will pick this up on the green as well. So as you can see, fantastic weather. I hope everybody's got their suntan lotion on today, taking plenty of water on board.
Bravo.
Whilst there's trees out on the course, they are along the cart paths and along the edges, so there's not a lot of shade in the middle of the course for the players. So up towards the hole, tracking well, needs to stay high and then it fades in fast. You can see it coming through here on our other shot. That's where they're looking to end up. So a little bit right to left. So left footed. Keeps it left. That will turn hard now, but the pace is just a little bit too much. Comes round the back, and I can actually stand out at the back of the van and get some sunshine and see this hole unfold right in front of us. Seth Conway has gone out there to pick up this camera. So good position this, uphill. Very protected here, not a lot of wind as you can see from the flag. Needs to give it enough. It's fallen short, there's no danger behind at all. Could have hit that another 3 or 4 foot harder and given himself a chance. I'd be disappointed with that. So this is just a group of 3. Ooh. Another uphill putt from underneath the hole. And just pause underneath the hole with the slope. So that will settle there. So camera down below, pick that up as he plays it from the cherry picker and easily in from there to finish. So they will move on. We will flick back to hole 3 and see them on the green here. This was the group with Alan Smith, not of Man United fame. That Alan Smith was with us at the World Cup in Orlando 18 months or so ago, but even Alan will confirm he's not quite that good. So the rest of the group here are Sabo Urasmora, Yuri Samandel, and local to London, Ali Janjua. So Yuri Samandel tracking towards the hole. It's always going to turn left. It just needs pace to turn off the hill and doesn't, unfortunately. So that will be a tap-in finish. So Alan Smith. Tracking towards the hole. It's a better pace. It needs to pick up some pace coming down. Unfortunately doesn't. apologies, we're just dealing with a ruling here, so the sound will be off for a minute, but you can carry on watching these players come down 3 while we sort this out. So you pick up this group of 3 again. I think this is 16 on pines for the men.
Oh yeah.
Didn't fancy marking that one, Tone, or what?
Was that you, Lukey? I thought that was yours over there.
No, man.
Up in there, mate.
I'm having a stinker, ain't I? You can keep pointing the camera up there if you want.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mind the camera, please. Thank you.
so we pick this group up again. The ruling is complete. We've found our rules expert, camera woman, organiser extraordinaire, Sarah Bolton, has helped out with a ruling there. Somebody on the course hit the telegraph pole. So not the telegraph wires, but the telegraph pole. They were playing out both scenarios until they understood, but the telegraph pole itself, there is no... if you hit the pole, then it's part of the course, and you play the ball where it lies. So that is the situation. As we watch this group that just finished 14 earlier, now just finishing off on 15. That has missed right and gone long, unfortunately. So this should have been a group of 4, but is a group of 3. So I guess somebody has retired today. Thank you. So tidies up. They go. So we will await the next groups coming through. I'll give you a quick update verbally on the men's leaderboard. Obviously the leaders aren't out yet, but we will see who is chasing the pack down. Pan round from the cherry picker to put up footage for you. So we'll try to load the men's leaderboard. Okay, so what you can see through the trees there is hole 2 across the top of the course. We've got a glimpse through the middle. So you would have seen a Nitra shirt just finishing off there earlier. That's the captain of said team. So the biggest mover and shaker from the men's today, heading up 59 places in the leaderboard, is John Neal. He looked hungry this morning and he has gone from 4 over par to 2 under par and is 6 under through 6 holes. So John having an absolutely fantastic round. His scorecard reads birdie, eagle, birdie, 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 par, as he's now on hole 7. So John will be happy with that. He'll want to try and keep that and retain it, not do anything silly, because there are some very, very difficult holes coming up on the course. But John out there as the early mover for the day. So we will flick, while we're waiting for that, we'll flick back over to hole 3. There's a erroneous bunker rake left on the ground there. This ball, the familiar trundle down past the bunker on the right hand side. So over on the women's side of things, over on Forest, we've had more changes on the board. We now have a 4-way tie for the lead. Rena Akasu, Rebecca Resner, Tiffany Suss and Melanie Vilmakati, all through 11 on 3 under total. So Melanie making the biggest move from there at 3 under, and now 3 under for the day. Marit Schaap still at 4 under for the day, and 1 over overall. So the gap at the top closing up. There's only 3 or 4 shots between the top 10. So that's going to be very exciting as the day progresses to see who is going to go into those lead groups for tomorrow.
I need to mind the camera again. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Alex, yeah, get down there. What hole's that?
It's so simple when you get it wrong. It's so crazy when you don't.
Okay, so this is still hole 3 at the moment. Just been talking to the
Again,
media
this
team.
way.
They're on the way out to get some footage from the juniors over on Oakwood. And we have some more footage from the women on Forest. Looking at those movers and shakers, seeing who can catch those lead groups. So we are in a good position to go for it now while we wait for those other men to come through. So we're looking in the background there. That's one of the other French ladies just moving through a shot from, again, played in yesterday's pairs very successfully. So we will follow this group coming through.
Fine.
So this is hole 8. It's a fairly narrow tee shot. There is a ditch on their left, our right. As you see, you can see the red stakes there. So it's a very cautious side foot. Trying to avoid the path as much as you can because it could tip off into the left-hand side. But that will do nicely. And again, as we said yesterday, that will be free relief from the path. And that relief is at its nearest point. So that could be left or right, as long as it's no nearer the hole. So that second shot, slightly further right, as you see. It's not going to get as much distance, but it's certainly safer. It's one of the golf tee boxes a little bit further up.
Dora 6.
So it's Seth Conway with you on the mic just momentarily, as Steve has to deal with a issue on course here on Oakwood, on Pines, sorry, as we're watching on Forest, the final ladies group teeing off. Yeah, the issue that Stephen's dealing with is a ball from the 16th has gone underneath our camera position, our high camera position here, and just has to instigate some rules as to whether they can move it with free relief, which is the decision. So while Steve just deals with that, I will attempt to guide you through some of the action here of this final group of the women who are out on Forest. So there's a 4 heading out, and they've all pretty much played the ball in played their balls in a very similar position. Rina Akutsa, Rebecca Resna, Tiffany Sus and Melanie Vilmakati. So they will come to the position again and play their second shots. In our coverage today on day 2 of the Masters English Open, we will be taking you around all 3 courses here. The course that we're on today, Pines, is where the men are playing. So we will be cutting to live action from the men periodically. But we have got our camera crews also out on Oakwood. And we'll bring you some juniors very soon. Juniors didn't go out until just after 11, so we'll be catching up with them as we see the second shot come through of this group. We'll be coming backwards and forwards between the action. You won't miss much today. And when it matters really at the end of the round, we will be there. And here on Pines, we'll be able to, as Groomy joins me once again, we'll be able to see Ben Clark, who was the overnight leader for the men, as we just come back again to the women's group. And Steve will guide you through from now on what we are seeing, but those are the second shots approaching the hole of the 8th.
Thank you, Zeph. It's a busy day out on the course. The van is set up strategically in the middle of the course for signal purposes, but it also means we are in the middle of the course for any action that needs adjudication, help or support as well. So busy times, but looking at the women on hole 8 on Forest. Held a little bit pacey. approach shot. Would have learnt a lot from the pace. This is very, very hard, fast. Just needs to be really undercooked. So much softer.
Ouais.
People do that, just tap the toe down with the foot. I'm not sure why. Just get your foot more securely in the boot. Just a habit.
Bien joué.
Oh, bravo. Very nice.
That goes in, and she will be very, very happy with that. This is the group with Rina Aksu, Rebecca Resner, Tefi Sus, and Melanie Dulmakati. So, Rebecca Resner. You would have seen the rest. It's the pace that's just taking it past that left edge. Just needed to be a little bit more gentle, and I think we would have been there. So Rina run a bit further past, but now looking to finish off. Sends it on its way, and it's just dropped in that left-hand edge. So, just one of the French ladies to finish, and then we've got some action over on the other side of the course for you. Back over with the men on Pines. That drifts past the right-hand side this time. It's rolling back, but not quite where we wanted it to be. So, quick tidy up. They will move on. So lots of action, but this is back on the tricky hole 3. Par 3, downhill, jeopardy. This looks good. Perfect. And that is a birdie. So that was a really, really good tee shot. I watched it unfold on another one of our monitors. It came down and settled on the right hand side. Trying to identify who we have in this group. So sends it on its way. Just again, just sweeps in that right hand. Everyone's using that slope on the right hand side. A little look back to the camera and a celebration. Knew where the camera was for sure. Concentration, step in, side foot, straight down the middle. No mess in there. That was never going anywhere else other than in the hole. And already on the tee behind are the next tee off shots coming down the hill. Everyone eagerly watching and waiting. So, trying to work out the figures. I recognise a few of them being from England there, but I think that's the group behind. So having a little bit of trouble getting the ball on the tee there. But we are now set and ready to play. And outside of the left boot. Sends it down the path. Again, we've seen this line many times before. I think some of them are held up, but that wasn't as far left, so that will come down onto the green. Again, It's just how far right it comes, but this looks as though it's tracking to the right. It's not going to go off the bank. This might set quite nicely just in that back right hand corner to give himself a very, very good look for a birdie. And there you go, the camera right behind it. That is a very good shot. Heading for the water sprinkler and sits in there full on, so there will be relief from that. So this looks pacey, but we know if it's that high, it's up towards the path, then it's going to slow. So this is going to come further left as we're looking, right for the golfers, FootGolfers, as it hits the green. But opening up nicely, this could be another very, very intelligent shot. And there it is, it finds that second slope as well. So that sends it holeward nicely, but it's going to sit in the back half of the green. So that's 2 settling on the green. We haven't seen many of that today. So we pan back round to get the last player from this group. Again, they're all trying to follow the similar line. It's a fine line between getting the ball to stop beforehand, but this one looks as though it's coming out much further right for the FootGolfer, left for us. It could come over the edge. It just needs to settle there. As soon as it hits that patch, there it goes, and it's actually going to go through the bunker and down the slope. So we know that is a difficult position, not only up over the slope but across the side of the green as well. So that one is going to be difficult. So they will wander down.
Horrible line there, isn't it?
So Andy Isaac up over the hill. It needs to turn right from there, which it will do, but not quite enough pace, but safely up. That's a difficult par putt from there.
There's 2 there. You're both in that
Excuse
same
us if
place.
you heard shouts picked up through the microphone behind us. Somebody's obviously a little bit upset about the shot behind us on 14. So in the rest of this group with Andy Isaac in shot is Thomas Felix, Aram Cabrera and Daniel Mon. Daniel being English, Andy Isaac, the English player in this group. So the sprinkler head there from the golf course. The ball was sat in it, so it gets relief from that.
Yeah, I think Andy will be there on the left side, mate. Sure.
1 metre, no nearer the hole. So this looks a little bit pacey. It needs to settle, which it does. Turns off the bank and in. So a fantastic par recovery from Andy Isaac there. He will be very, very happy with that one indeed. Given the tenacious nature of this hole, there is a couple of groups behind. So after this group has finished out, we will move back over to Forest and pick up the women on holes 9 and 10. So all of the courses are filling up nicely now. Most of the other categories are out. The juniors are out, the seniors are out, the women have filled the course, and the senior plus out as well. So it's just the remaining group of men that tee off in about 45 minutes. The lead group go out. So lots of action across the course today. So Daniel Mon sends it right. That needs to settle. Now it's hit the ball there, but the ball is off the green. You might actually argue that there was the potential of that ball being in an advantageous position to stop Daniel's ball going off the back, but we'll let the group decide that amongst themselves. Definitely wasn't fast enough to be advantageous. It wasn't on the green. So Daniel looking to tidy up before we move back over to the women on Forest, which those of you that follow the last couple of years used to be called Pines. So I think the event marshal there just clarifying the situation and explaining about that. Oh, that ball is... Okay, so here we are with the women. It's called Forest for a reason, and this shot shows clearly why. So this is hole 9 of the women's. So playing from that bottom right hand side, almost in the tree line. This is a very, very tough par 4. Needs to be played sensibly. Needs to be played with some respect. As you see, there's everything goes from, as we're looking, right to left. Can cause trees to be in the way. It just needs to be played very, very sensibly. But when you're trying to get distance and really get through the ball, sometimes can be a bit wayward, and I speak from experience when I say that. So they'll come up to this and have a good think about where their next shots go. It's difficult to get very, very close from here, but it will give them an idea of whether they're going to be able to take a risk for a par or play safe. So, second shots. We'll leave you with these for a minute. Watch them coming down hole 9. As we see the Malaysian player there just finishing up. So from memory and looking out the van, I think we have some English players in this group. Been waiting there for a few minutes or more. So just setting the ball up. I can see the familiar stance of Dave Shaw in the background. The yellow Banana Man outfit of Andrew Duffy looking to play first. So very, very wide indeed. That has just missed the back of the buggy, and we know that being that high, it's going to settle up there. That is never going to come down from there. Might have been his intention, but that was very high indeed. I think they're just looking at the buggies and probably will be asking them to move. Not part of their group, but there would still be penalties involved if the ball was to hit it. So this one choosing a very, very soft side foot down the path, but turns off the path a lot earlier than Duffy's, and that will make its way onto the green. This is a good pace. Just finding that second slope, that's the key really. So that will come up short of the flag and sit nicely to give a birdie opportunity. So this group is made up of Andrew Duffy, Jacob Kimura, Chris Lewis and Dave Shaw. It's a strong group, and one that will feel they want to try and make an impact on the groups ahead. This is live, and we will pick up the scores as they happen. We'll go back to the men's leaderboard shortly to give you an idea of what is happening. Obviously none of the top 20 or so players have gone out yet. So we will watch this play and get you the men's leaderboard shortly to show you the impact that today is having. Here comes the next one. And this is very high, but it's a much better line up that side. Just have to be careful it doesn't go off the back. This is one of the better lines that I have seen. Just catch that second slope, and that's the idea. You don't want to go too fast over that second slope, and this is a great line. One of the best shots of the day to see coming in there. Fortunately didn't pick up who it was. It's rolling. That is only just shy of a hole in one. What an unbelievable shot that is. And that will be a guaranteed birdie.
You can see Duffy's is up there, look. Oh, yeah. Who's play, Chris? Yeah, then me, bud, I think.
Could well have been Dave Shaw, but we'll have to watch that when he's last to putt out. So Andrew Duffy contemplating the shot. He will have seen that line, that Jabulani rolling down, and the way it went towards the hole. So we'll be looking to replicate that. This is a good side. It's probably a little bit right of the pin as we look, but that's where the backstop is, and that will settle in there for a birdie shot along the rough, the fringe and the green. So we'll see how that pans out. So over the back, Chris Lewis, player that no was disappointed with his round yesterday. So up and over the hill. And that is so hard. I think it's so much power. Chris Lewis, and I think sometimes struggles to control it. So bear with us as we pick this up. There's a little bit of interference at the moment. Okay, so that happening was a relief for us as much as anything, because Jake has managed to get the cherry picker moving and coming down from his position, having been stuck up there. So we will have a quick look at the leaderboard and we will talk over that. We go to the women's, I think we have women's 10 ready to go, so we'll go to that now and then we'll come back to the leaderboard, and then we've got some other cameras that we can cut to. So this is the women out on Forest hole 10 from slightly earlier today. And we will leave you with this footage for a few minutes while we sort out our cameras this end. And we'll come back to you with more live footage from the men on Pines.
But I need to finish. I'll put the marker. Thank you, Rebecca. You're good. You knew I'm not ready to go. Good. Yeah.
Yes, nice.
Nice.
Bien joué, Tiff.
Bien joué. Tiff, marker.
Approche du gauche, ça va?
That was very nice.
Tiff, c'est à moi. Hein.
Ouais.
Why did it do it?
Sorry. Really?
Yes, sure.
Okay, Seth Conway back with you on the mic while Steve just sorts out another issue on course on Oakwood. We are currently seeing the leaderboard. As you can see, for the men, we're expecting the leaders, the leading groups, to be going out fairly soon, next 15 minutes or so. Ben Clark leading the way, 8 under for the tournament so far. But we will keep across those as best we can throughout the afternoon here on the Pines course at Ashbury. This is our live point today, so we will be dipping in and out of the various courses that we've got for you. This will be our live course, and Forest, where the women and the senior plus are playing, and Oakwood, where the seniors and juniors are playing, are being covered with recordings. So we will be bringing you that coverage fairly soon from the juniors, going out with the leading group in that junior competition. So back here on Pines. As I say, Steve's just got an issue to sort out, because as well as providing some fantastic commentary for us throughout today, he does have a few issues that he has to be across, administering decisions and the like. So he's just off doing one of those at the moment, and we've got a view here of the 16th tee box as our live camera, just while we reposition ourselves to give you the best possible coverage. So I'm just going to bow off the mic for just a moment, and hopefully Steve will be back with you very, very soon. In fact, he no sooner said than he is back to the action, and he can come and fill you in as best he can. And we will get back to the action, sending the cherry picker back up in the air so we can get a decent shot again of the third. And as the leaders, they'll probably be beginning their round soon, Steve, won't they?
Yep, not long. I think everyone's out on the course. We've got another 20 minutes or so before that lead group of men start their round. But yeah, it's action, action, action today, on and off camera. Rulings, disasters, and all sorts going on in the wonderful world of foot golf. We will continue to bring as much footage as we can for you this afternoon. We are just waiting for the next group to come through this hole while we get the cherry picker back up. We do have a camera down on 3, but we'll try and bring that to you shortly. Pan this camera around so So this camera is now going through the trees to look at the green on 14 and the tee box behind on 15. Tricky hole this one. Again, right to left. Want to try and keep the ball high. Next group are behind, waiting for to come through. So we will see this finish off. And right to left, but in the right hand side. Be happy to walk away with that. And they will now go up to 15th tee box as the group behind come through down 14. So these are some of the slightly earlier starters. This group featuring DJ Hamilton on the right in the red, Aaron Hornibrook, Osvaldo Barragan, saw yesterday, and Torga Motland. Behind these, some familiar names with Pat Zimmer, Stephen Kennedy, Elliot Hurrell and Evgeny Levchenko. Some big names in there apart from Stephen Kennedy, of course. So we'll keep this on the mobile camera at the moment. The cherry picker is down, so the signal on hole 3 is a little bit awkward at the moment. So marked and given back to DJ. And marking the balls to make way. So again, looking to stay up the hill above the hole to start with and then dropping in beneath it. This is a very, very good shot. That just settles nicely underneath the hole. Oh, it actually nearly came back on itself and went in. He'll be very, very happy with that shot. There's not many that are left that close, so that will be very, very good indeed. As he will come a mark, so we will watch this as we get the cherry picker back up that has our signal and cables on it, and we'll pick up other parts of the course, but this is a really good hole to watch. Tricky for pace, tricky for position. Again, definitely one you look to have a look at a birdie opportunity, but quite easily take par. So we'll stay with this. I can actually see this unfolding out the back of the van we're in and get some air at the same time. So Torga Motland, again just a little bit pacey, just running past the hole and beyond. So, DJ Hamilton. Points his line out. All red. And a red and black ball to boot. It just needed a little bit more pace. I think the line was so good, but the pace just let it down slightly. It's a tricky, strong right to left finish there for DJ. Need to get it up to the hole and falling underneath. So coming down the slope, almost going at right angles against it to turn in harder, and let's turn in, or just goes round the back of the hole. You see his body language. Thought it had a chance for a minute, but very unfortunate. This is a real test, this hole. So, Torga. One of a few Norwegians we have. Up the hill. That will turn left to right and pops in beautifully. So well recovered for Torga. So, Osvaldo, one of our smiley Americans who have been a joy to have with us this week. Always with a smile, always with a laugh and a joke. But that's not going to make him happy. The trouble is with that shot is there is no danger behind whatsoever. He could have played that twice as hard and it would have gone in or passed and had an easy, just didn't give it enough. To leave it short from that position, he's not going to be happy with that. So DJ Hamilton. Giving himself a number. Thinks he's playing football. Right to left. Has he given it enough? It's fallen under the hole. Again, that was nothing to do with that putt itself. His approach was short. He didn't give himself enough on the approach to get up to pin high on the hole. And therefore, it was always going to be a struggle with that angle. It should be directly underneath it. He's just watched Oz putt up, so he knows he needs to give it a bit more. Hits the flag and in it goes. So, Aaron to finish up. Gentle toe poke and in it goes. And they will move on up to 15 up the back. The next group coming through, I can see Levchenko striding down the fairway. Tall, slender figure in his pink boots. Oh. And we will watch these ones coming through. It's a great group to watch through on this hole. So, as we said, this group coming through. Now we have Evgeny Levchenko, Patrick Zimmer, Stephen Kennedy and Elliot Hurrell. As we said, pretty strong apart from Stephen Kennedy, which I'm a good friend of, so he won't mind me saying that. I just hope his wife and children that are here on site don't hear that as well. Again, a relative newcomer to the sport, but a great person to be about. And that has gone high and hanging in, but going to fall down towards the hole. You can see that coming down now. That just went out of shot. We didn't expect it to go that high up the course. So Pat just going past us on the buggy. So we will see this one play out. This looks like a very good shot indeed from Elliot Hurrell. This will turn right angles now and come down the hill. Stephen Kennedy waving as he goes past. I've said all nice things about him, obviously. And that has ended in a very, very good position for Elliot Hurrell. So I'm just going to go over and adjust the camera and see this group putt out. So, just went out, the camera is set and Seth is there on it as we watch these putt out. This group are really, really good fun between them. And that's what it's about, whilst they're trying to perform well and perform at the highest possible levels. They're doing it in very, very good spirits. Lots of compliments and chatting and high fives, so at least they will be having fun. Levchenko just leaving that one high and short, but will tap in and walk away. Elliot Hurrell definitely the best of the bunch here with his approaches. So Stephen Kennedy, uphill toe poke. And again, we've said it before, time and time again, you just can't leave it short. So Stephen will finish up. That's another one of the Pedham Place Friday Club Foot Golf Club, and one of the shirts especially made for the tournament. So Elliot Hurrell to finish. And in it goes. It took the whole hole, but we got there and it's gone in. So they will move on just to a higher position, and we'll carry on with that while we watch them coming through.
It's Seth Conway back with you on the mic again. Steve has just gone for a comfort break, so we're back with some live action, which is a little bit breaking up just due to problems we've had with the crane that we're using this morning, but we will look to resolve those as the day goes on. But it's not too bad. Pictures here from hole 3, and that's hit a little bit too hard, and that drops away over the bank, and it does keep rolling for a while, so not the easiest to then deal with. We will be bringing you action from the juniors fairly soon, as we see this putt from the edge of the green down that little slope on the third, which just takes a bit of momentum. You've got to judge this right, and that one has been judged right, just holding up, because if you do miss, particularly just to the right of this hole, you are in danger of going straight over the back. But only one so far having gone up and over the back. And there it comes from behind, and so difficult because you can't see the pin. You've got to get it up and over the lip, but that is very difficult to judge, and it stayed on the green, but judging that way, particularly with that little downslope within this green, you're always in danger of potentially going back down again, but hopefully not. Hopefully that won't be the case. So we just wait for the player to come back through again. Frustrated having been down and now back to the same point on the green, this time side-footed, going a little bit further to the left on this occasion, looking to perhaps use that bank on that side to swing it in. Yeah, that was most definitely a safety putt, if ever there was one, to ensure that he didn't go back over the back again. Now this one, great angle for us, but again it's quite deceptive. It just drops away from right to left, and he's started that one just too far left, and it's not going to come round enough, even with the roll back. It's good. I mean, that's a decent putt, isn't it? He's going to knock it in.
Good three. I take it every single day.
And we will get another go. Straight down. He'll have learnt a little bit of something from that. Again, just looking to ease it in. Oh, that's pretty close. Around the lip of the hole and back away again. Still got a few feet there to deal with, but comfortably so. And off they go. I know, one more to go. And in it goes. And of course our friend who popped it over the back of the green, then had to go right back to the start of the green again, just uses the little camber. That was a lovely putt from there though. Perhaps will be a lesson learned for others who will follow him, that that line over on the left and just getting it to rest up before it disappears over the bank really does give you a great opportunity to get a birdie on this third. More of the men coming through now, pretty steady stream as we approach the time for the last men to be coming through. Where are we now? 12:30. So every group, all the men are now on course, including the leader, Ben Clark, who teed off at 12:24. That approach is going to be decent. Just takes a little roll. Just taking a look at the scoreboard. Ben Clark and Alexander Allenbring, Samu Maresinic, not yet updated on the scores, so we can't tell you what they've done so far today, just starting out. Anyway, we're back with our current group on this third, taking that move out to the left. Will it come down? That little roll on the green, it's almost judged to perfection. Maybe just a little bit of additional speed on that downward section. The applause you hear is just behind us in the van on the 14th. Someone's just putted in well. But this is the action that we're staying with, the leaders in this men's competition. And this approach taking the other route, which is a bit of a gamble, because if you don't get it right, you end up in the bunker or right down the hill, and you end up being below the green, and that poses some problems, as we all know, if you're playing foot golf or golf itself. When you are below the green, judging it to get it right and to get it to stop in time when you get onto the green is always a little bit tricky. So although you can see the second hole marker there, that's for when golf is being played here. But for foot golf, this is the third on the Pines course, and this is going to be an interesting approach because he's taken that one nicely. That's a pretty good line. If it's going to take a bit of speed though from this little downward slope. Oh, just not quite enough. Just a little bit more and that would have carried it down that slope, but still a good chance from that location.
Camera move, Tom.
He's just going to take a look below the green and see.
Got away with that. Good there.
So here we are, just examining the line. It's going to be a tricky little putt down the hill. Just going to go to the right. So an opportunity here. So he sends this one towards the hole. Carl Baker May. And I think Carl Baker May will just look to mark this one. In the same group with Neil Shave, Tom Underwood and Nicholas Puccini. This one just holding there on the lip. Be invited to just finish off. Taking the side foot approach for this putt. Gives it a little bit, but too much, and you can see the frustration. Yeah, knowing exactly what he did, but finishes off now. And I think this is the final player in this group. This line from left to right is probably the favoured line. Oh, but he's missed it on the left-hand edge. Yeah, and still one more player to play. Yep, Carl Baker-May in a very similar position. Carl Baker-May now looking to just tuck this one in again, but drags it to the right, and nobody really having any luck on this hole putting from this group. We have seen some really good putts from some of the players so far today, some really good ones, but this group, Carl Baker-May just looking to finish off, gets it, but definitely from that left-hand side. That's the position. On the right-hand side, it is tricky. Just to judge it, nothing particularly wrong there, but I think it's just judging it at that point. Here it comes, and in it goes. So plenty of guys coming through on this hole 3. And if you stick with us, within the next 10-15 minutes we'll be having the leaders, including Ben Clark, of course, who is leading the tournament. So we'll probably stay here on 3 for a short while, just so that we're picking up these leaders coming through. And I filled while nature has called for Steve, and he's back here in the commentary box.
Thank you, Zeth. It was nature calling, and yeah, another call on the course, and then actually we just got distracted by a massive bird of prey. So we delayed coming back to comms while we tried to work out what it is. And I'm not sure we have, but we will discover later. So as Seth said, some of the bigger groups, the lower scores from yesterday coming through. A little bit of a backlog on this hole, as you can see. We just can't get it running any faster. We have Tony Follett down on the green, marking for everyone to try and speed everything up, but it's a long, tricky par 3, so that is going to lead to a small delay. The groups behind those first 2 holes are quite quick, so it's always going to come up on them quickly, this 3rd hole, and means a slight delay, but under control. Tony Follett doing an absolutely amazing job down on the green. We've just seen Rob Mucklow and Alex Hill out and about, making sure things are ticking over further round as well. The course now completely full with groups on every single hole. So we have some other footage to bring you shortly, that much promised junior footage from over on Oakwood, which we will bring to you in the next 20 minutes, half hour or so, once we see these groups through hole 3. The course is in absolutely magnificent condition and has been set up absolutely superbly. This is, as a reminder, the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 here at the Ashbury and Manor Resorts. And this is the Ashbury side of the resort. This is the biggest single individual foot golf event on the calendar, the Masters, and the course has been set up fittingly and accordingly, so a very big test for all. The guy that I was saying was really nice earlier, Stephen Kennedy's just come over and given me some sweets. I might have said that it was a wonderful group apart from yourself, and just hoped your wife and children weren't listening back in the scoring centre. So as we said, a big test for people, and it's not going to bring the really high scores that you might see in other tournaments. It's 54 holes, 3 rounds of foot golf, and I think the best you're going to see is 6, 7, 8 under on each of the courses at best. Again, chatting last night, some of the people were quite impressed with the scores on the men's course yesterday. 2 or 3 people, particularly those over 5 under par, say. And this course is going to bring its challenges today as well. So we'll continue to watch this as we see them.
Go sideways, not close to the
Asking
hole.
about moving the stake, I believe, which he can. So, looking to putt across the green. This ball left in a good position. The 1v1 Triero across the green. This will track left. It needs to settle, and if it comes off the bank at the end, he's got a chance. But very sensible, very good. He'll take that, and that's Pedro Brito that we saw yesterday. So as Seth was saying, we are getting towards the front end of the leaderboards now, with the men coming through. You can see up on hole 2 behind me, I can see the large stature of Mick Eardley up there with Thomas Vigner, Andrei Ivan and Arthur Stipicic, and then behind them will be the lead group. But we have a couple of groups waiting on hole 3 to come down, so this is where the action is before it spreads out around the rest of the course. We do have the cameras here on 14 and 15 as well, but we're going to stick with the action here and see this out, and then we have the juniors from earlier today, the lead group of juniors on Oakwood. I believe we have holes 5, 6 and 7 to bring you, to show you how they're getting on and while we're doing that, we will bring you the leaderboard updates as well. Keep you in check with everything that's going on. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. Please continue to like and subscribe and to send in your comments. We appreciate them coming through and doing our best to keep on top of everything here. So thank you for that. And that has just sat there and is going nowhere, unfortunately. Pretty frustrating. But in it goes to finish off. So, as these tee off, we will cut across to the juniors, as promised on 5, 6 and 7. The media team have done a great job in going over to Oakwood and picking this up for us from a little bit earlier today. And this lead group consists of Colin McGreechin, Callum Yates, Colin Bennett and William Lugg. So this is hole 5, Oakwood for the juniors. This group is Carl McGreechin, last night's leader, Callum Yates, Connor Bennett and last year's junior champion William Lugg. So pond shouldn't come into play here. They'll side foot that up towards the hole to give them a better angle to come round. So the familiar side foot kick of Callum Yates again chases down. That's the tall stature of William Lugg, who's next to play. And last, certainly not least, Connor Bennett, son of Lee Bennett, great father and son combo, and lovely people to boot. So just waiting for one of those to be marked, and rightly so. He's expecting to get down the fairway, and there's a ball a little bit short on there. He doesn't want to be impeded or leave himself short, so he's well within his rights to go and get that marked. Marked. seems one of them has caught something on the way through. One down the left-hand side. This was out of bounds, or whether it's just unplayable. Find out afterwards, but don't know how it ended up there, but that is a much better shot. Incredible to get that distance on it there from Callum Yates. So, Conor Bennett, nice side foot pass up to the left-hand side of the bunker, hopefully, and then you've got to try and get up and over that hill and get it stopping as quickly as you can, which is not easy to do. So this is a little part of Oakwood. It goes up the hill one side and comes down the other side, and there's plenty of water and danger down the middle. So Blue Lug, has he got the pace right? He has got the pace right, and it's gone just wide of the hull. The others in the background running towards it because they knew it was going to be close. But unfortunately, it just didn't have the accuracy, and it would have been. It's almost impossible to stop the other side of that hill. So, Carl McGritchin, overnight leader, in blue. Gets it up over the hill, but again, it's just not going to stop the other side. Carl McGritchin was 5 under overnight. William Lugg was 2 under. Conor Bennett was 2 under. And then there were others close by. An update from another group in the junior section was Amancio Cortina Diego, who is now through 10 holes and is 3 under for the day and brought himself back to 1 under overall. So a good score and bringing him back in contention. So we'll love just marking the balls there. Callum Yates thinks about, is it a chip, is it a side foot? It's a side foot, very sensible playing it wide. It's not going to come back that much so unfortunately, but hopefully it's just taking the pace out of it. So it will leave him a nice side foot in. So Will Lugg across the green.
Still, you want to make sure you're over this one.
Yeah, I'm kind of here though. If I get on the green, I have to step 2 from there.
Just past the hole. Just didn't get the line right there, but that should be a tap in. Very sensible player, Will Lugg. He started off really well through the first hole. He eagled hole 1, then unfortunately he bogeyed hole 3 and hole 4. This is hole 5, which is a par 5. Conor Bennett, unfortunately, just catching the edge and running round the outside. So, Callum Yates.
Very good.
Believe, looking at the flag there, this is hole 4, which makes sense because that is a double bogey 5 Callum, unfortunately.
Back down again.
Let's just slip past for Kyle as well. So that will be a bogey 4 for Kyle. This is after parring the opening 3 holes. And now Connor Bennett pops in. So they will move on to hole 5, which is a par 5 with plenty of opportunities. So we will move on to that hole, and here they are. This has opportunities written all over it, and this is where they can really make an impact on the leaderboard this afternoon. So we have actually gone ahead to hole 6 on this one, which is the short par 3. Again, definitely gives a hole-in-one opportunity. This is pacey. There is the backstop there, so it will settle in there and drop back. None of them really threatens the flag yet. Let's see what Callum Yeats can do after a couple of holes where slightly struggled. Again, this looks so it's come to the left-hand side rather than over that right-hand side where the flag is. Certainly some work to be done from there.
Yeah, no, you think when you teed up over there, it just went like that, didn't it?
Most of these were in and watching darts last night, supporting everybody else and joining in with the fun. Absolutely great set of lads, and we're lucky to have so many and such talented juniors on tour. Great to be around. So let's see who can try and make a birdie on this hole 6. Callum slides it in and just runs under the left. It's all downhill, and it's again right to left, so leaving himself a tricky par putt back up. So Kyle, you've seen that, he started off so far right. I think he's probably changed his approach there after seeing Callum's, but he didn't need to go that far right. So let's see if Connor has learned anything from this. Sorry, this is Will Lugg. And he started off a bit straighter, and it's dived under the hole. It's a very, very difficult green to read and to execute. So, Connor Bennett. Starts it off wide. It looks like a good pace. He's turning hard and in. What a great shot from Connor Bennett. Well done. That's great to see. He'll be really happy with that. So, these will be tidying up. Hopefully for pars.
You love walking them in, don't you?
I like walking after that one, absolutely no doubts. So Will Lugg to finish. And it just gone past. That's unfortunate for Will. That's definitely a shot dropped there on the rest of the pack. He'll be disappointing with that. So we will pick them up on the next hole once they've completed their scorecards. Okay, so we will take you back to the men live on hole 3. We are down to the last 3 or 4 groups on the hole. I can bring you that footage as the leaders come through. Here we go. Yep, so this is where we have 2 great camera setup now of the tee box and coming down the hill. So we will find out shortly who these are and bring you some updates on the leaderboard. Just to round off the updates on the juniors, it's definitely been up and down. Cole McGreechin, who started the day 5 under, remains 5 under through 9 holes and is even overall. Will Lugg, despite what we saw on that last hole, is 3 under through 9 and in the joint lead at 5 under par, with Connor Bennett hitting 2 under today, just 1 shot behind on 4 under, and Jamie Hammond a decent 2 under through 10 today, putting him on 2 under overall. So very, very close at the top, and they are halfway through their round today, so we will see how that progresses. So back to the men. At the top of the hill you can see the group waiting to tee off. So the familiar figure with the towel on his waist of Ali Dick from Scotland. It's obviously on a bit of a slope, so a few people have had trouble with ball positioning, but it is down and he is ready to play. A nice side foot down the hill, starting it off left, across the cart path, and running down the hill. This looks good. It's just got the pace. See, anything over or to the left hand side, right as we're looking of that water sprinkler, is a good line, and that hopefully should just sit on the green. Catches the second slope nicely. There's going to be no danger for this whatsoever, and he will leave himself a good birdie opportunity. So we just look at the rest of the field taking their positions at the top as Ali Dick's ball settles in down the bottom. So the men, we will have a quick look at those that are making a move on moving day. We spoke about him earlier, but John Neal continues to score well today. 6 under through 16, 2 under overall. So at the moment he has gained 59 places on the field. So he continues to perform very well. Joseph Nemec, always expected to do well, is 3 under through 8, and therefore 3 under overall. But the biggest gains of the day come from Matic Civitek from Slovakia, who is 7 under through 14, and after a hard day yesterday is now 4 under overall, clawing back from 3 over par. The rest of the leaders are only through a couple of holes and are evens or par. Most people birdieing the first hole, and Artur Sipacic from Hungary actually birdieing both of the first 2 holes. So it will be interesting to see him come through shortly. Apologies, he eagled the first hole, parred the second, 2 under through 2. So it'll be interesting to see them come down the hill in a minute. Back at the top, while we wait for those to go into position, is the penultimate group of Mick Erdley, Thomas Vigna, Andre Ivan and Arthur Sipacic. But before them will be Richard Mattioli, Dan James, Steve Bastin and Bobby Hopkinson. 3 of them absolute big hitters from England. So they will need a bit of dexterity and calm on this. This isn't a hole to be hit hard. This is all about precision and pace, and we will watch them come down shortly as we flick back onto the group green to see this group. So we saw Ali Dick tee off. Tom Spink is walking across shot, offering to Mark, and we have Carlos Calvo, last year's champion in this group, who I had a good chat with this morning about yesterday's performance. I think he was looking to be a couple more under par than he was. He finished at 4 under yesterday. I thought he thought 6 or 7 probably would be there or thereabouts. He thinks today on this course with these conditions should be another 6, 7, maybe 8, and some of the scores already that are through 15 or 16 holes are proving that. So he's a good reader of the game. He knows what a good score looks like, and to be crowned champion here last year, he's obviously a very, very good player and a nice guy as well. So Tom Spink tucks in and finish off as we see the rest of the group. So Ali Dick to play across the green. This was a really, really good tee shot. Put himself in a wonderful position. That familiar stance, arm across his chest, towel in his back pocket. It needs to settle. I don't think it's going to turn in. It just had a little bit too much pace. But you know what? That is a very well played hole. He will take a par and walk away, and he will be gaining a shot on very many people on this hole over today, I imagine. Trying a little bit too carefully to avoid someone's line there. Obviously the etiquette is not to walk on anyone's line, but you know, you can do it in a sensible way, not to the detriment of your own shot. So Yuxi Karazoe sends it holeward and hits the flag and in. And you can see, just like golfers, he set his ball up with the stripes on the ball aiming to the hole. So he's picked his line, he's put his ball down and lined it up exactly like a golfer would do, and it's gone end over end into the hole. So Carlos Calvo finishes up nicely, and that means they will move on. So we will go back to the top of the hill to see the group behind as they clear off. So there are just 3 groups remaining coming through this hole on the course, and they are waiting there to play. So we are just waiting to see. We will flick back to the camera at the bottom to see Bobby Hopkinson on the tee. So I think they will just... the buggies were probably left in the way, and Bobby Hopkinson rightly wanting everything moved because the play is down the path or left of the path on that left hand side, and it's not worth playing your shot until that happens. So this looks very, very good. He's taken the wide line, but he's got the strength. It just needs to slow up a little bit. It's taken the faster route down the left hand side. If this settles in now, this could be good, but it's got to make sure it doesn't come off the back. Stay there. Come on then. In you go. In you go. Oh! You would have heard the scream for miles if that had gone in. But yeah, Bobby will be very, very pleased with that indeed. That's the closest we've seen today to a hole-in-one, and did very, very well. So, Richard Mattioli. Again, taking a similar line. It's just taken an awkward bounce off of the path, and it kicked it a bit left. In the background, he's He's waving his arms to try and shoo it left to right. But it's going to track round the outside. That is going to be very, very close as well. It's just come up a little bit short. Bobby was up behind him on the tee thinking it was going to stand a chance as well. So this is the high quality of these players. 2 of them going that close after seeing other groups struggle. So back on the tee we have the lovely man that is Steve Bastin, looking to send it down the hill. A little ping with the side foot, and that tracks down. This is a line that others haven't taken. They've left it high and it's not actually made it down, but these boys have managed to make it work. Whether this one has the pace or not, again, it's that left hand side onto the green. It's going to catch that second tier slope and run down. It's probably just a little bit right of the pin. Yep, as the camera comes round we can just see that's a little bit right of the pin. So another birdie chance. But back on the tee is this tall, powerful structure of Dan James. So this will be interesting to see which line he takes. Again, big strong side foot. These are big hitters and very powerful. That one stayed a little bit further left. It's just struggling with the camera coming down the slope. Here we go. It's back on. So this needs to travel. And it does. Tracking across the green. Here's the slope. He's standing there watching it, egging it on. It moves to across the green. It's going to just sit on the edge, but those shots are probably 4 of the, as a group, that's probably 4 of the best shots we've seen today. They've all got very, very good birdie chances, and 2 of them are absolute tap-ins. So very, very good from this group. As I said, we have 2 cameras on here, and we'll stay with this and see this through, and they will make their way down to Tony Follett on the green, who has been a very, very busy boy this afternoon, making sure that the balls are marked out of the way to try and speed things up and keep the game flowing as much as possible. So we will just pan round as they come down, watch them come down to the hole. Tall swagger of Dan James down the centre of the fairway. So we will go and get, while they're walking down, an update to the scoreboards. So we will have a look at the women scores, give you an update now as they are progressing. They are all finished for the day. So it is incredibly tight at the top. One of the biggest scorers of the day, Merritt Schaap, who was 1 over, is who was 5 over, is now 2 over with a score of 3 under. Chloe Orsini, who we've seen footage of today, was 4 over and is now only 1 over, and brings herself up to tied 8th position, 1 over overall. And then looking at the top 3 or 4, we have Tiffany Suss of France on 1 under overall. Claudia Nemkova with a great score of 3 under today, also at 1 under. And then Kelly Menzies, who it's great to see up the leaderboard at 3 under today, 2 under overall. And our joint leaders, both on 1 under today, both on 3 under overall. Rena Akasu and Rebecca Resner. So that is as it ends on day 2, and will be a tightly contested final. Can't wait for that one tomorrow. Let's have a look at the Senior Plus, who have also been busy in action. They were out later today, so they are still finishing up through holes 14, to 18. But the standout score of today, and we saw some of him yesterday, was Marat Vitek of Slovakia, who was shot an incredible 7 under par today. That brings him up to 4th and 1 under overall. Then we have 3 people tied on 3 under par overall. We have Saba Balasi from Hungary, Jose Guerrera of France, and the fabulous Eric Hans of France as well. So all to play for over the last 5 or 6 holes in the Senior Plus, and we will keep you updated with that. The juniors are still progressing. They are now through 10 holes. Cole McGreechin 6 under, Will Lugg 5 under, Connor Bennett 4 under, and Jamie Hammond 2 under. So again, very, very tight. This has been set up to be a real test, and it's going to really separate the quality players from those that are looking to do well but might not be expected to always be at the top. But this is probably tighter than anyone expected after 2 rounds. So all to play for. Back in the men's, the lead group are obviously only through 2 holes, so we have a long afternoon of men's footage to bring you as we move into the penultimate group you see coming down hole 3. So that is the leaderboards as we approach lunchtime, as some of the groups are finishing, and as those that want to try and make an impression before tomorrow start moving. And we've seen that with some big scores today, while some of the leaders have not faltered but perhaps not made the inroads of some of the others around them. So tight at the top and all to play for. So this is Mick Erdley's ball coming over the path, and this is going to get through the rough nicely. Again, you don't want it racing through. We saw the last ball go shooting off the back, so this is a good pace. Catches the second slope, so it's not going to quite get to the hole, but it's going to sit off on that right hand side where we saw Ali Dick a minute ago. And Steve Bastin, not the easiest position, but it's not over the back, and it is clearly a very good opportunity to try and score. So back to the tee box. Left footed by look of the setup. No. A right side foot, completely fooled me. Would have been no good trying to save a penalty against him. But this needs to travel. He looks a bit shy of pace, and I do worry that this is going to stop. Still going at the moment, but it's struggling, and as you see, it's just fallen right. It's almost gone at a 45-degree angle right now across the slope, and I think he's going to be lucky if it doesn't go off the side. Approaching that edge, and unfortunately it's going to go off the side and out the bunker and out the other side. Nothing's really sticking in the bunker. It's fairly shallow, and the speed from there is coming down. So back to the tee box, outside of the left. Tracking down towards the hole again, coming out this side that's potentially going to spit off the side. We'll take that other camera angle back just so you can see how it falls so far and so hard right, and Alice having to move the camera out of the way as the ball goes past her down the hill. So they will walk down to the green, the penultimate group of men for this afternoon. So, the lonely figure of Tony Follett on the green as Mick Hurdley comes down to see him, take his ball and thank him for his troubles. So, 3 balls off the back. Up over the hill successfully. That is a good line. It just needed a little bit more pace. It just came a bit faster than we thought. You could see it there to the right of Mick and Tony. The sort of distance that he's still got to play. So he's going to go and mark that. I see him coming into shot now. As we look back down the hill to see the next one coming over the top. Again, probably realised that he needed a bit more pace on it, but that is absolutely lightning, and he's gone off the other side, and he's going to be very, very lucky if he tries to salvage anything better than a bogey from that. So let's see what we can do here. 1 short, 1 long. A very, very difficult shot to play. Up over the hill. Again, it needs to settle. It needs to settle, otherwise that's going down the other side as well. And it just safely rocks back in. You can see it on the left-hand side of the green there. So after the last group, this has been slightly disappointing, but it just goes to show, just because you're at the top of the leaderboard, it doesn't give you any right. That nearly went in. The smiling face coming over the hill, it rammed it up over the top and it hit the flag and just bobbled out. So quite like this wide angle view that we have here. Just opens up the green. We'll zoom back in for this to see how this can be done. So this is a par putt. Across the green. The pace is good. The pace is good. It just went past the right hand side, unfortunately, so no joy there. And a bogey finish. So Mick Hurdley on the right hand side, you can see the sort of length of putt he has there. So taking his time. See, it turns right to left and the pace just went past the hole there. It was just a little bit too pacey to turn in. So Mick will try and tidy up, but his was the best tee shot of them all. So that's a nice safe par for Mick. So Sipacic. And in it goes, and away they go. So we have 1 group left on this hole. These are the leaders from last night. This is Ben Clark on the tee. Ben Clark, Alexander Allenbring, Samo Morisenek and Harry Gill. Harry Gill had an absolutely outstanding day yesterday. He's even through the first 2 holes today. Would have hoped to at least have picked up a birdie on one of those opening 2 holes, but 6 under through the first round and the 2 holes of today. He will be very, very happy with that. So we will watch this out. So Ben Clark, strong side foot right, lot of air on that. It's gone through the longest part of the rough and stayed very high. It's coming down, but it's got to get over that ridge. And it does, just, so it will track down onto the green from there. Didn't think that was going to make it for a minute, but perhaps he knew that. It's only just going to catch this second slope. But then picks up, and then everything from there goes right. So that's a very, very good leave. Again, anything harder, and it goes further right and onto the fringe, and we've seen that's a very missable putt. So we go back to the top. So Allenbring, again very, very high. He's following Ben's line, but he needs to have the pace. If he hasn't got the pace, then it's going to struggle to get down. This is just falling away slightly left now, you can see. It's going to come onto the green. So you see it tracking, and it's because of that pacing it got held up. It's moving left to right. It's going to catch that second slope, which he probably doesn't want it to do, because unless he's lucky there, that is going to fall off the back. Oh, it's just been saved by the mound there. And Tony will go and mark it. So Harry Gill, again that looks even softer than the last two. So the last two have only just made it down, but this has got to travel for Harry. Come on, ball. Keep coming. And again, unfortunately we just take to the camera at the back. This is just now going to go left to right. It has made it, which we're pleased about, but it's the speed it picks up here. Left to right. It's only just catching that mound, so hopefully it won't run down the slope. And that will be lovely if it just stays in there. That turned out a lot better than I thought it was going to. And I think Harry will be pleased with the outcome. So this one down the left hand side, tracking across. Again you can see it hard left to right now as it falls onto the green. And over. There's that wide shot again of it falling left to right. So it's definitely a bit wider than Harry's, and that needs to settle as well. I'm just going to stay on. So, good. Nobody off the back of the green. Everybody on the green, and Harry and Ben with good chances. So we will see this hole through. We will see this group through. We have brought you updates on all of the leaderboards. And we have, after this hole, some of the senior men's senior category over on Oakwood, which the team here at Seth Conway Media have been busy bringing us from all four corners of all three courses. So Ben Clark and Harry Gill walking down.
There is my position, yeah?
Alan Breen heading over to the left-hand side with Marinus.
Can I mark, yeah?
It's been marked?
Yeah.
I know.
So just finding their positions, having a look at where Tony Follett has put their markers. We can see Alice busy with the tripod in this shot, just trying to stay clear of the balls as they come hurtling towards her. So we'll get behind this putt in a minute as he comes back to the edge of the fringe. The red and white Teamgeist from the 2006 World Cup, very popular ball amongst some of our foot golfers, myself included. And we'll track that across the green from this angle, and then now it's going to turn left and down towards the hole, but not quite enough pace on that, but that's good. That's a very safe par. As we said earlier, you'll take par on this hole, try and take your birdie opportunities when you can, and in it goes. So similar position. Sends it on its way. Tracks across the green. Harry's legs in the way, but that's going to have a chance. Again, it's just a tiny little bit shy. And it'll be an easy tap-in par. So Harry eyeing this one up. So the difference in balls here, this is an iPro ball which has been discovered recently, which is a training ball, and it costs 10 to 12 pounds compared to the Jabulani, the speed cells, which are around 400 pounds or more, but is a ball. Ben Clark has won tournaments with the iPro, and it also does favour a Torfa brick as well. So it's personal preference, it's how you feel with it. I think it's a confidence thing a lot of the time, but some have been proven to obviously travel further than others. But as a reminder, one that does travel far and is a very good ball is the FGB ball, and we have those for sale for you in the lounge bar here at the Ashbury Resort. Ben Clark, birdie chance. So he sends it right. He's looking for it to come in the back door, and it goes in. It's, if he was going to miss, he knew which side to miss it. So Ben goes 2 under through 3 and puts himself another shot up at 10 under overall. So we will now cut away from this and bring you the footage from the seniors just earlier today that the great team here have gone and sourced from Oakwood. So we have for you in the lounge through 18 here on Oakwood. So we will try and pick up who these are. That is a very, very badly placed buggy on the pathway and should not be anywhere near there, especially going up the hill. But that ball has found its way down the path and should pop out onto the fairway. So another one misses the pond on that right hand side, and that is absolutely A1 position. It couldn't have bounced in a better place, and runs down to the mid middle of the fairway. So we will wait for these to come down. Justin Yeats, the cheeky chap that he is, walking in front of the camera. I think he knew it was there. Loves a bit of attention, that boy. So as these come down, we will give you an update on the scores for the seniors.
Okay.
It's all over.
Okay. I thought it was there.
That was the last group.
Okay.
So if I give you a hand here.
So we had a quick update earlier there. Now on holes 14 to 18. Obviously you can see us on 18 here, so we will wait for these to come down and finish off. But it's been a tough contest out on Oakwood as expected today, with the first person under par in the clubhouse being Pablo Donetti of Argentina. Great guy who I first met out in the Marrakesh World Cup whilst I was managing the seniors and women's course. So 1 under for Pablo Donetti, finished at 4 under total. Peter Allenbring 4 under finished, but 1 under for the day. So the day itself proving hard on this course for the senior. The biggest mover, Laurent Guinaire, who finished 3 under and therefore is up to 3 over overall. The leaders themselves are a few under par for the day as well, but as it stands, only 7 seniors under par, either finished or through the first 13 holes. But importantly, I guess, for Yannick Bayer of France himself, he is 2 under through 13 and 9 under total for this day and a half of play, and that puts him at the moment 5 shots clear of Branislav Thron and Gael Petard of Slovakia and France. Just behind those is Stein Arnstead of Norway, a really lovely guy to have on tour, at 1 under and then 4 under overall. So Yannick Bayer 5 clear of a group of 3 players on 4 under par. So that will be interesting to see how those final 5 or 6 holes play out. So you can see the footage. Taking relief from the path. No nearer the hole. Up onto that right hand side. That's if the ball goes down that right hand side, it's very, very tricky to come up. The play is almost at the left edge, or the inside left edge of the green here on 18. Again, gone very, very straight. If it's powerful enough, it will get up onto the green, which it does. And that is tracking really, really well. And will settle in nicely, and that gives them a really good chance of a birdie from there. So from the right hand side as we look, the left hand side of the fairway, Striding up to mark the ball to allow others to play. We will see how these get on. So, ball marked. So, up onto the green at pace. This is heading much closer towards the hole. That will turn right in from there. Just setting at the top of the ridge. It's lucky that didn't have any more pace on it. And the last of this group to play. Left foot, strong pass. It looks as though it's gone slightly right. His body language looks as though it was a little bit concerned as he hit it, but I don't think he needed to be. That is a wonderful shot. And he will be very, very happy with that. So, contemplating on haunches, looking at the line. And even without marking, just coming in and saying, I'll finish that off, thank you very much, and does so accordingly. So, from the right hand side of the green, needs to come up a tier onto the top. That will move right to left. It's got the pace. Has it got the accuracy? It's got to be careful not to go over the bank at the back. That little bit of protection helps. Sends it back towards the hole. And that will be an easy finish for a par from there. So, this birdie opportunity. Toe pokes it in, and he didn't like it. Little jump just after he hit it, and it went round the left edge. So, that will have to be a tap-in par. His arms go up in explanation, knowing that he should have done better with that. And an easy finish there makes it look very, very easy indeed. So a signal of 5 to the rest to show that that was a bogey. So as you can see, the tee box is right at the top there, where the buggy's just passing now, and this is a tricky hole unless you get the tee shot absolutely right. So you have to navigate a pond immediately in front of the tee box, which you need to carry. So you have to make sure that you carry that, but not only carry it, to make sure you're on the left hand side as you carry. If you go straight or to the right, this pond down in the middle left of your screen will then come into play, and you will have to take a drop from there as well. So it is a difficult hole to navigate for some. Others that can get that tee shot right will find themselves on the fairway and with the shot up onto the green to give yourself a chance of birdie. So this was a drop. He's left-footed, going to swing it out high, and that has gone a long way up in the air, and I think unfortunately that's going to fall underneath the hole and run down to that right-hand side for the player. Just hung on to the edge there, so that'll be okay. And the players showing some good etiquette there, so they remove the stakes to take the shot, but remember to put them back in afterwards, which is always very, very pleasing. All right, Ali. Are you good? You good?
Can I go past?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
He's not filming.
Okay, I thought you guys were. Sorry, my bad.
That's right, carry on.
Pond to the edge of the right hand side of the course. So quite a good position to be out this side. Got to play it straight or left of centre for them. Get it up onto that top tier of the green. Just getting confused about whose turn it was. Still trying to work it out for some reason.
It's over. Yeah.
So,
So
ready to play?
everything's finished on Forest. No, there's still seniors. Okay. Grab it. Yeah, grab some seniors. Probably.
That looks like a good line, but has it got the pace? It's going to fall left to right. It's just going to fall onto that right edge.
Yeah, stay on 18 and see
But
if
you can see from the ball behind,
A couple at a time.
it's got that extra little pace to get it up onto the green to give him a chance. So I'm hoping that will be marked by one of the group, which it is.
Two in eyesight when I got there, maybe.
Yeah, just stay there and get them unless they're playing through. Maybe get two and then stay, get another two, because at least we can show the ends.
Okay.
So the last player of this group plays it up onto the top tier just. It's going to stop on the edge. Doesn't really trouble the hole in two here. It is a tough hole, but played well can get onto that top tier. Chris Aldous strides up, fellow Headham Place FootGolf player. Didn't recognise him in that shirt today, but looking splendid as ever. Also known as the Magic Man locally for some of his extraordinary long-range putts. So we are hoping Chris does well today. See what we can do from here. bit disappointed with his round of 6 over yesterday, but this course is a lot harder. So, up onto the top tier, needs to stop there, needs to stop, and does. That's not bad from there. Unfortunately, coming into this hole, Chris has had a run of 3 double bogeys, which has really hampered his score on 14, 15 and 16.
Tough day.
We hope that he can close this one out nicely. So this one comes across the green. Its pace is good, but it drifts over to the right hand side, and we will see this group out.
Same as yesterday. No, this is just replay of the men's seniors at the moment, and then setting the next one's up. We're going to get down to 5, maybe. Did you say?
Yeah, I'm just going to have to let you know. I can't see him. He's just done 4, so he's gone to 5. We're not going to see 5.
No, just senior. 18 on Oakwood. So we've got a couple of minutes of this. Then we've got another hole after this. What was that?
I'll go and try and get us a hole. Yeah, nice place.
What, from up the top? Yeah. So I'll listen to this. No. Can you people talk when you're in up here? But the parts on that thing. Leaderboard's open. Cool. Leaderboard's open, so summer 2027 start. Go and get some lunch. That is tethering off of my work phone at the moment. And the small little bits are there. This is number 1.
What group are we up to?
Chris Aldous, which is here. And then the groups are coming through behind that, so then it will be Sam Johnson, Martin McGreechin, Gary Fisher, Peter Allenbrink, so these guys here. So I'll be able to go on there and say, well, Chris got 6 over yesterday. It looks as though 14, 15, 16, so double bogey, bogeyed 17. You pass this in a minute, so this is just short line. Right, I will dash back.
A minute and a half. Because the ladies has finished.
Yeah, ladies have done.
To try and get you another angle bolt while you're Jake's just on his way back.
Is it worth? Do you want to set one up here?
So if I just sit on 15 for a minute.
Yeah.
Then
that will have us all these coming through 15 and on the green here.
Yeah.
So at least you've got some footage while we get something else.
Yeah. So I'll get you 15 volt.
Yeah.
Oh, you alright?
Why me? I'm the chap with the office workers.
Right, let's just get the line up, so it's going to go back to the presenter. Yeah, well, and then go to camera 1.
What we're using, just that again.
For this one, you've only got 1 angle for the minute. If Jake pulls in an angle, it'll be 4. Okay, so if you see Jake come up on that one,
Then we can
then you
jump
can go
between
to
the
4.
two.
Yeah.
So where are we currently?
We're currently with the seniors, and I'm about to go.
What's live on? What's live? That.
That's not. Yeah, that's live for the minute.
So that's what I'm watching.
For the second, that's about to go in a minute.
Right. You'll get your lunch cream.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah.
End one.
And one into.
If we do that, we just switch back to this camera. So if you just explain that you're on, and I'm about to move to hole 40.
14.
Yeah, that's going to move because we've got to go to the green.
Cool.
Alright.
Right. You've now got me for a little while. Mr. Greenbridge has gone for his lunch.
Yeah, I think that's
So we are about to jump back to Pines with the men. Camera should appear behind me. Hole 40. So leaderboards, while this is taking place. Get to the men's leaderboard as we're back on Pines. So day 2, English Open, FIFG Masters. Ben Clark currently 3-shot lead, -3 through 4 today, -11 total. Mick Eardley, Alexander Allenbring and Samo Morasevich all -8. Calvo has climbed -3 today. So these guys are on the move. So here we go. 14 plays that top side and it just flops back onto the green. It's very good. It's a good leave. That's exactly where you want to leave it. So Daniel Mon, red shirt. Daniel Mon, Aram Cabrera, Andy Isaac, currently in the white in front of us, and Thomas Felix. French outfit, cap back to front. So Andy Isaac, he's not hit that. It's a good leave, but you don't want to be there for 3. You want that as your birdie putt. Daniel Mon, slightly off screen, goes up that top side, so he'll leave. It turns back round. I will just settle, leave a little metre and a half, 2 metres. He marks, he doesn't finish. So Cabrera, he's on birdie puts, big love on the screen. So we know he swings. Oh, he's under the pin. He didn't like it. We'll leave a metre and a half just to tidy up for par. So Andy Isaac, this for his par. Isaac a bit more. Turn, you can see the turn. Thought he might have learned from the one before him. So some great groups are starting to feed through on Pines. So back to the leaderboard, as we say, Ben Clark currently 3 shots clear. Thomas Felix is for birdie. Yeah. Just reminding Isaac needs to mark that. It's on the green. And it just takes it out of your eye line. Felix. He's gone at it. Very good. Very good. In the side door. So in the women leaderboard, they are all finished. They were out earlier this morning. So Rina Aksu, Rebecca Resner, -3 total, -1 both players today. So they are matched in every way. Kelly Menzies, good -3, moves her up to 3rd. It's Daniel Mon for his par. Wasn't sure he'd hit that. So Cabrera again for par. So world champion Claudia Nemkova made her move this morning. -3 moves her to -1 for the tournament. 2 shots off the lead, which will put her in the final flight tomorrow. So they move to the 15th tees. We'll go back to the leaderboards, the juniors. William Lugg, last year's champion, currently has a 1-shot lead. They're still on course. He's through 13, -2 for the day. -3, one shot off the lead. Cal McGreekin +2. So McGreekin has dropped. As we're watching this next group come through. Joseph Nemec knows his way around this course. Been here since Monday. So Yusuf Nordin. Centre of that fairway, not going to reach. So back to the leaderboards. Well, we watch Joseph Nemec. Is that going to drop? I think it will. Not enough from Joseph. So in the seniors, the gap has narrowed a little. They're still on course through 15. Yannick Bayer, 2 under for the day, -9 total. Gail Petard, -1 today, -5 total. Branislav Thron, -2 today, -4 total. And Fred Cravon, -3, moves himself up to tied 4th with Stein Arnestad. So back to 14 with the men. No Cortines. That looks a pretty good shot. I think he might just have gone past the pin. Just gonna leave. I don't think he'll have wanted that. So Will Morrison was up in 3rd. He's +2 through 15. Drops him to -2. Marco Pinheiro, 7th. Level par today. And as I say, they're still on course. Senior Plus. Eric Hans has jumped his good friend Jose Guerra. Eric -6 for today, -5 total. It's a very good shot. Round of applause behind me. Celebrano, superb. So Yusuf Nordin. So Jose Guerra is -3 today, -4. They are still on course. They've got 1 to play. Out on Forest. Saber Belassi, -3 today, moves to 3 shots off the lead. Marit Vitek, -6 today, back to level par. So Marik starting to make his move. And Samo Maeda, -1 today, also level par. An Italian, Sergio Zornetti, -2 for the day. He is finished in the clubhouse, and that is on level par. Very good putt on 14 as Joseph Nemec. So the women's senior, the last group, go through. So Nemec up the slope. He's not missing that. Never in the memory of man. So Lawrence Malinga, +19, +10 for the day. Currently 3-shot lead of Claire Prier. So, Cortines, Spaniard. Very good, very good. Much more difficult than it looked. So go back to the men's leaderboard. A lot of changes. So Clark started birdie, par, birdie, birdie, par. Currently on hole 6. Alexander Allenbring, Swedish star, -1 for the day, -8 total. Calvo, -3, reigning champion, -7 for the tournament. Steve Bastin -2 today, again -7. Mick Eardley -1, leaves him -7. Artur Sitkos -2 for the day, -7, and Samu Marusinic, level par for the day, leaves him -7. So, see Andrew Duffy, bright yellow. Dave Shaw in the white, black and white. Chris Lewis. Jacob Komora. So the men, the pack is tight. They just need Clark just to let them in a little bit. Just 3-shot lead. You don't give Ben Clark a 3-shot lead very often.
How far, Da?
Dave Shaw.
Meter off the green.
Just waiting for a ball off the green. So, Dave Shaw. So it's a little more heavy than the previous group. I think that's very good. Just heard the shout of Andrew Duffy. Saying very good. So Chrissy Lewis. So we've now a camera on hole 7, Pines. I've just seen Rob Mucklow in the distance. Harry Gill, level par for today. These guys are only through 5 and 6 holes, so plenty to change throughout the afternoon. So Jacob Komora. Up that top side. Knows it swings. Oh, it's just round the back, but it's going to leave him. So we'll just go back to the Senior Plus. They might have finished now. Hans and Guerrero, they're in the same group, good friends, and they have finished. So Eric Hans finishes -6 for the day, -5 total for the tournament. Jose Guerrero, yesterday's leader, -3 today. So Hans pulling 3 shots back. It's a very good putt from Komora. So Dave Shaw. So 1 shot. Eric Hans leads. Vitek also shooting -6, so he's in the pack. So again, Dave Shaw slides it past the pin. He will tidy up. He's not happy. I'm not surprised. He's a good player, Dave. And when you're that side, you should take that out. So Andrew Duffy in pretty good position. She goes at the flag. Little break. Chrissy Lewis did very well here last year, Chris. Final day, I think he shot one of the best scores on Oakwood. So the men face Oakwood tomorrow, so there is some challenges await. Hole 7. I think that was dragged into the ditch. We have a marshal there. It's quite tough, this one. If you snatch the tee shot, it will drag you down into the ditch. Now, Andre Ivan. I don't think this gentleman will have a problem. Ivan. Expect him to be on the green in 2. Well, I'm not quite sure with that one. Seemed to slice off the outside of his boot. That could be in the ditch as well. Thirdly, quite see Mick. I'm unsure. People are playing out the path. I'm really confused as to why you play hard up the top right as they look. I think are all them balls gone? Oh, I can see one there. One's alive. So one is thrown back. I'm not sure where they're going. It's a yellow staked hazard. He's entitled to go back to the tee, but I wouldn't. Not quite understanding what's going on here. So I think Mick Hurdley's alive. Choose to take this shot again, but that looks a much better line. It always feeds left again. I don't know if the camera angle's not doing it any justice, but Eardley and head marshal Alex Hill don't seem alarmed. But I'm confused why he's gone back to the tee. Doesn't make any sense to me, that. It's only white stakes. You go back to your previous shot. So McCurdley just surveying as the golf carts make their way round. So Eardley, all in white, fresh off his victory at the Scottish Open, the Scottish Major, should I say. Finds himself -7. Bring 8, Bastin up to 7, Eardley 7, Sitkoff 7, Marusinic 7, Coursew 6, Mattioli 6, Hopkinson 6, Vingar 6, Gill 6, Joseph Nemec 5. So I keep saying it is a very tight leaderboard, as there is a gap coming towards us. As a final group, that is our lead group making their way to the tee. Ben Clark, blue shirt, white shorts, blue socks. Currently 3 shots clear of the pack. So the group, the hole you can see in the background is the short 9th, fraught with danger. So Eardley a little confused by that shot, because the further you come up that hill, the faster it's going to roll back down it. But I'm not going to tell them how to play foot golf. They know what they're doing. This is why they are at the top of the leaderboards. So just have another quick look back at the juniors. Currently through 14 and 15. Kyle McGreekin has jumped back to the top. Lug. There's one in the pond. can reach the pin is this man's left foot. Lovely shape. Much more intent than Eardley's. Not gone round the pond though. And that's going to sit in the edge. So.
For me. What I want to do is just get you set up.
Perfect.
Yeah,
it's in the hole.
With a shot before I leave for lunch.
Absolutely brilliant effort.
Got it?
Kyle Brown down there. Just doing some ball retrieval.
And ideally,
there's a final group. Just having a little rest.
Ben's on the shot.
Back on the tee box.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Right. So Ben, you alright with this one? This was the one you used the other day. Yep.
John Neal, Nemec 5 under through 15.
Okay. This one has on this lens
7 finished.
Has a ring
excellent
for
score.
the F
John
stops.
Neal, Scottish.
Alright, it tells you that the F stops in the
7.
I think this one.
They are the 2 biggest scores on course.
Yeah, so you're on servo zoom.
Kyle Brown there, -4 today for him. After a bit of a bad day yesterday.
And this one should on autofocus. Should autofocus. Yeah. Alright, so that's basically your level controller for the light.
He's moved down.
Right.
16.
Okay. If you aim for,
I reckon if you go for
looking to play,
the left,
the ponds
the
are very
yellow
low to be fair. Obviously the drought conditions we're going through.
You should be able to see this one, and then you should be able
Clark,
to see
tee shot.
going up the hill. It's just, I think the hole is the right
past the
side, so
ditch.
you might not be able to see it. That's the only issue with there. It's
It
like
looks
'cause
like
because
that's
they
on the
go up
path.
hill.
That's heading backwards.
So that's the tee off for that
That's
hole.
the tee off there.
The,
and the green.
first blue or the second blue?
First blue for the men's.
Yeah.
And then they basically just hit it up like that. There's a pond here.
Yeah.
They hit it up and then have to go like that.
Okay.
And the green is up the top. You see where the guy in white's walking? That's the
Oh,
green.
that's
the
that
green
hole.
for that hole.
So
Yeah.
I'll bring next off the
Okay.
tee.
So if you're basically
One
to the
line
left
up.
of that yellow pole,
Yeah.
because of the way the ground goes, I don't think many of them hit. They'll probably hit it up this way to get the roll, but they won't
I'll
hit it
bring now.
right at you.
Much more up that right side.
But I have a feeling the hole is right in the back corner, so you
Yeah.
might not be able to see the hole back
It
clearly.
looks like it's
literally where
directly
the ball's just
between
gone.
the 2 trees.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. So I just see if you have the angle.
It's a bite.
Because that would be a nice shot if you do.
Okay.
See, that's
Because
the
they're quite
shot I
close to
expected
holes,
from
aren't
Clark.
they?
In
Yeah.
fairness.
If I don't have the angle, like if I can't see the hole at all.
Harry Gill. Blue.
I would say. I mean, it's
Gill. Again,
you
up
could
that
see
right
if you
side.
could go. Again, I don't know what's above it. You see the 2 trees.
Forward bounce.
Yeah. If you go like up that hill a little bit,
Yeah.
so you might then be able to see over the
Absolutely
green.
perfect from
hands
Harry
down,
Gill.
hand down.
Absolutely perfect.
Might be a better spot.
So
anyway.
Clark a little bit out of shape.
I'm just trying to think. I've definitely seen people
Samo.
get those 2 trees, so that's my kind of
Currently 4 off the lead, -7.
next to the pond.
Level par today.
Basically on that corner.
Effortless.
Yeah.
Strikes such
Try
a
it,
sweet
see
football.
What it's like there. Okay. If it's any good, just give us a thumbs up. If it's not, then just maybe move on to that next bit. Okay.
I think the power
yeah.
goes against these guys sometimes
I would say just
because
go and have a
that's
little look.
climb the hill. What goes up has to come down. But I think that's fine for Samo. So just Clark out of shape. Andre Ivan flops it down. So I'm assuming he played out of the pond. In she goes. So Ivan, 1, 2, 3. I think that's a 5 for Ivan. Thirdly, he was round the corner in 1. effectively. I think that was a par, unless he took the drop, which we're a little bit unsure of. Very, very good. Kyle takes the marker back. So Clark has dropped. So, is this the way-in the chasing pack want? So Clark will go 3 on the side of the ditch. He won't be flustered, that is for sure. Don't win tournaments this gentleman's won by getting flustered. He'll take his medicine. Just trying to work out. I think he's getting a couple of balls marked up this side, so he's just assessing. Does he go short of the pond and go round? Quite getting the best angle on that, but it's a very steep slope, this, and it goes backwards. Alan Brink looking on. We'll stay there. So again, we say this a lot in FootGolf. Put yourself in positions. Get in the right positions. These kind of courses, you have to be in position. So Alan Brink, he's got the run off the path, so a little bit uncomfortable. Knows he's got to hit that. That grass, so he'll be on, hoping just to get on a green for 3. Pass round a bunker now, quite a simple pass.
Yes, I'm all good. I was just making sure I knew how it all worked before I left.
So Brown goes to mark. This has got to go. Flat from Ben. So Clark. That's a good shot from there, to be fair. Follow Clark's line. Oh, that's tight. Right, so causing some trouble for this final group. Harry Gill. Again, that's going to catch us, I think. Don't get me wrong, they're certainly not picking that slope by choice, but it's not helping matters. Harry. He's caught that drainage ditch. He's caught the drain. took his medicine. Got himself back into position. Still got a very big putt in front of him.
Just changing you over.
Oh, okay.
Because this one is the least powerful, so this one cannot go too far.
Some of it is taking his drop.
Badly onto that, so let's just take
Point of entry plus 2 meters. So he's obviously been a little unlucky. Harry retrieves his ball for him. I think Gill is in there. I think obviously he's found a dry spot. Is he going to try and play? I think the group might just let him play here, just to let him get out of there. So who's on the move? Nemec still 5-3-15. He's 5 for the tournament. So Alan Bring, he's the one who's going to benefit, or should benefit the most here. Pass round the pond. He's a little short. So Morris, his ball's just rolled and he has noticed. So marker back down, reset. So he's had 2 shots. He's taken a drop. So 3 are in the bag. So this is a par putt. Let's just get up, get your bogey, move on. Let's bounce through. Oh. Certainly a good effort, so I think he'll just tidy that up. Yeah. So Morrisnich will tidy that up. So Harry Gill, just going to swing a toe at this, and if he vanishes, I promise you we will find him. He certainly won't be the first foot golfer to disappear into a pond. So Gill assessing. I'm not quite sure what the delay is, or even if it is. Clark's in front of him. Mick Eardley could be to the right. So we could be waiting for Mick to play. So Gills. So that is point of entry. Kyle just marking out the 2. Just try and help speed things along. So Gill taking his medicine, so that'll be Gill for 3. So this is for par. So again, same as Marusic. Tap up, tap in, move on. So I'll try and keep you updated. Most people are in. So the juniors were still out there. I think he made the right decision, and Gill will tap in, and a sensible bogey which will put him +1 for the day. I think he will be happy, or happy enough with that. So, Ben Clark. This for bogey. He's just spotted something. He's got his line worked out. Diego Cortines leads the juniors by 1. So Clark on 7. You put money on it. So Clark's a bogey. And considering is not a bad bogey. So Jamie Hammond up to second. In fact, Jamie Hammond. Jamie Hammond leads by 2 in the juniors. No, he does not. I do apologise. Jamie Hammond is second in the juniors. Alan Bring. Yeah, very good. So Marusinic and Karma Greachin is actually tied with Jamie in second. Both 1 shot off the Spaniard. Very good. Sensible foot golf from our leading group. So they move on to 8. So 8th tee. Clark having a little assessment. This is a very, very safe way of playing this. And you can go straight across the pond and up onto golf green. It's all 18 tee box in the distance. So while they're waiting, we'll just get back on the leaderboards, see if their scores have updated. As we discovered with the Club Cup, this is a very bad signal part of the course. Half Dan Roth making his move. -4 through 12 puts him -7 along with Mick Eardley. So we're looking back, you see on the 18th tee. So Alan Bring. So we're just getting the cameras ready to follow the action. So Alan Bring up onto the golf green. It's a tricky birdie, this. It's very difficult to get on that top level from the tee box. These guys will all fancy the challenge. So Clark, hole 8. Clark going the safe route round the pond rather than over it. So you can just see. So Clark's ball is in front of that tree to the left. That's looking back on the tee position of hole 8 and Harry Gill. So Gill, bang, he's hit the face of the slope, but I think that's up. Yeah, he's up. Good strike from Gill. The problem is that the hump, stuck out in the middle of this golf green. So Gill now has no direct line to the flag. So Marusinic, Thomas Felix in the distance. He's up comfortably. No great surprise there. That's gone a long way up. That could. This is where power goes against you sometimes. That could spit. I don't think it will. No, it's fine. As he settles, probably done him a favour actually. He will have a very distant straight line to the flag. So the discussions take place. So Clark went round the pond. He's just consolidating, I think. Normally Clark would comfortably be up there, but obviously that is his preferred route. So Marusinic, he's having a look. He's got a line at this. So Samo makes his way back down as a group chat on the green. Marshall Rob Mucklow just keeping his eye on proceedings. Oh, maybe he's not got the straight line I was thinking. So it's a little dink round the corner. Little bit of work to do. It's 5 metres. Right idea. Just needed a little more as he goes to mark Harry Gill, preparing for the same shot. Just a little spinny clip. So Gill, 2 steps and a little side foot. Try and get it turning back towards a pin. It's got a little more juice, I think, than Samo's. Just slightly in front, so 4 metres. So they've both got a good look. At birdie. So Alan Brink, he's in pretty good position. We just saw his position. The camera goes out to Clark. So current leader, not updated yet, on -2 for the day. Okay. -10 for the tournament. So So Ben Clark, ball out of sight, up. Ball's gone out of shot. slope. Clark back centre. Clark will mop up his 3. It's a very safe play, that. The birdie chance is difficult, but as it showed, Marusinic and Gill both having little swazzy chip shots. But Alan Bring. This is a straight line. He's got an uphill. Little uphill putt. All about his line. Get it over the top of that slope. And that's going to turn back. Apologies. So Alan Bring just walks up. He will tap in. So good 3. So Clark waits. Marusinic. Just a little bit in this off that collar. Will pull the board. Ah, very good putt. Really good, that. And it's Ben Clark, so that's actually a little further away. You could probably just make it out on. So it's not quite the gimme it looks like, but from this angle it doesn't look much. So Ben Clark for par on 8. Never ever in doubt, that one. Harry Gill, final one in this group. Just see Marusinic's putt. Follow the line. Very good from Gill. Very neat and tidy from the group. So they walk off. Good hole. It's a good hole 8. Many ways to play it. As the buggies congregate. That's hole 18 in the distance. So I'll just see, well. So we've gone back to Oakwood, and this is the heading back to Oakwood to watch the conclusion of today's seniors. We've jumped from Oakwood. We are now So anyway, Mr. Groombridge is back, so I'm going to get back out, get some work done. Mr. Groombridge will take over. So thank you again for joining us. The tournament starts at 10.
Miley, get up, get up, sit, roll it, go. Yep, it's good. It's actually the downslope that we go. Right way. Yeah. Have content. Wrong with that. Yeah, take your time, bro. Put it back.
Head back and see what the plan is.
5. Five. Four. Nice. Nice finish. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So just while we reposition our cameras for the close of the men day 2, you're just looking at the finish of the Senior Plus on the Forest course today. Groomy will be back with some commentary on this shortly, just while we're sorting out how we're going to cover the end of men day 2. But rest assured, we'll be back with Ben Clark et al. For the end of their competition on day 2 very soon. Ben Clark's just been through hole 9, so halfway, and we'll be picking up the rest of the field as they come up the back 9. But for the next 10 minutes or so, we'll just see the close of the Senior Plus day 2 today.
Mejor ali, buraco, vai lá para baixo. Vou botar a câmera. Para mim, sim. Mais um pouquinho da direita. Para mim, a outra parte.
Oh, pas bon ça. Si. Ah, elle revient.
Regarde.
Ouais, mais chanceux. Oh. Chanceux, hein, je peux te le dire.
Ouais, je sais. Mais il voulait pas faire ça.
Suerte,
Il voulait la mettre
Fernando,
là-bas.
hein. Suerte.
Allí, digo. Sí, allí. Non, mais il voulait pas faire ça.
Elle est magnifique à l'arrivée.
Oui, parce qu'elle a pris la bosse pour revenir après. Bon. Il est où avec son ballon? Ça. Là, il est descendu. Toi? C'est ça? Stefano.
Where is your ball, Stefano?
Ça l'occupe pas, c'est à toi de jouer.
Ok. Ok.
Il a fait quoi?
Bon, allez. possible ça. Sans déconner. Bon. Ça c'est de la malchance, hein. Putain de sa mère. Ouais, j'ai mis le chaud. C'est le seul angle, le seul point. Chier, merde. Allez, Marc.
You restart?
Yeah, I marked. I pushed my marker on the place. But I just want to see first. Unlucky. Just
Very
crazy. Crazy. I can come from here. When you put the rake away.
It's actually him to play.
What?
Him to play.
Yeah. Yes.
He's playing that ball. Your time.
That's it. Ricky, with the rule ready to play, everyone can play if he's ready.
Yeah, if you're ready. But I'm saying he should be ready. You should be ready to play. It's your ball. Time. José. Because right here. Your time.
No,
you.
Ah,
Oui, oui, oui. Mais tu la joues?
Ouais. He's ready to play, everyone can play. If everybody's agree and the player's ready.
¿Vas a tirar qué?
Hard. Not hard. It was so unlucky. Yes, please.
Stop!
Perfecta. Muy bien.
¿Ah?
Evita peligro de aquí.
Sí, a mí te fue por ahí.
Muy bien.
Atenção, Marcelo. Change the...
J'ai laissé mon marqueur là-bas au sol. Je vais regarder. Là, so I can have a look. Use a few seconds, Marshall, please, to finish. 5.
What a day.
Bien joué, Rico. Merci.
T'as fait un choix, tu l'as assumé.
Con esta, José.
Maybe. C'est à moi ou c'est à moi? Moi? Yeah. Mais non, 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 mais non. Mais qu'est-ce que tu fous là? Putain, mais qu'est-ce que tu fous ici là? Finish. Qu'est-ce que tu fous ici, putain?
What? What's the
Come on,
score?
4,
4.
5, 5. And you say? 5. 5.
5, 5.
5.
1, 4, and 3, 5. Okay. Gentlemen, just before, thank you.
No, great.
Firstly.
Great.
4.
Nova.
4. 4. 3. 5.
5.
Yes, we go to do the score, but first, thank you very much. See, see, and put the score here on the car first. Stefano, I have
Zimmer in the background. So they move on as we pan back to Dan James on the 15th tee. Off first, which is always a good sign for that person, meaning they must have been doing well. Struggled a bit today as Dan, unfortunately. Birdied 13, part of that, but prior to that 10, he took a double bogey on 2 and a double bogey on 5. So looking to close out strong, hoping to pick up another couple of birdies as we go through. So Bobby Hopkinson, next off the tee. Very big hitter of the ball. And he's up there and in contention, so he wants to carry on playing well. Using a Team Geist, it's definitely his favoured ball. I've not really seen him play with much else. And that settles in nicely. So back to Steve Bastin on the tee. And boom, goes up the right hand side. Comes into shot now and out of the trees. It went very, very high up. I'm not actually sure what happened there. I don't think he meant it to go that high. So we'll stay here while Mattioli tees off. That disappointing bogey on the last. Again, definitely helps the shape of a left footer. Keeps the trees out of the way. That runs down the fairway. Shots coming in. That is, I don't know who that was, but I don't think we've seen any past the pin in 2 today. You can tell we're getting near the top of the leaderboard. I wouldn't be surprised if that was Mick Hurley, but we'll know that Hurley's playing now. So again, no need to mark for the other one. Mick safely in under the hole. Don't think that was going to trouble it too much, but he's safely in. Uphill putt, so symmetric. With his familiar braided hair, sporting yellow today, plays it in towards the hole. That is again just going to fall under, but that might just sit on the edge there, so it's a little bit closer than Mick's. We'll wait for them to catch up with their balls. We flick back to Dan James. It's on the bottom side of hole 15 as it tracks along and onto the green and makes its way back. You can see get racing past the flag there. It's going to be very, very hard to get it to sit there, so that will settle in just at the front and a putt back across the green, as you can see from the camera. Settling on the green. That was a very good shot and unlucky not to be closer. So Bastin up on 15. Let's just see what Dan James has done from the bottom. Bastin's actually got a better angle, but I think where he was just slightly out of position. And finished off on 14 very easily there. So we'll stay with this one to see Mick finish off. He goes on his haunches. He knows that was a mistake, unfortunately. And he's just going to mark it and take his time, take a breath. With Sipacek. Plays up to the hole, and I think that's gone back in the hole. And that shows what we've been saying today watching this hole, that you leave it short, you get nothing. You go past, double chance. So it was well worth going past the hole and finishing off from Andre Ivan. So Mick needs to make sure of this. Already left one short. Doesn't want to make the same mistake twice. And in it goes. So they move on. So Steve Bastin back on the fairway on 15, looking to play across the green. Whilst it may have been a little bit short, he's got a much better angle here. Doesn't need to come back across the green. He's got a straight line through to it. So how close can he get this? Starts tracking towards the hole. Down onto the green. Needs to turn in. He's just run through the break a little bit. Needs to settle. Let's come back towards the hole. So a really good leave there. That will be bread and butter for Bastin to finish off there. As Sipacek launches one down the fairway, up behind them on 15. Again, staying high on the fairway there. We watch Bastin just tidy up ahead on the green. So, there's others to play here. There's Sarah Bolton taking the photos, official photographer event today. And always, and Massioli playing towards the hole, using the bank on the left. He's got to turn back in hard now. I think it just turned away too hard because of the amount of bank he used. Simple tap in, but nothing really going his way at the moment in the last few holes. So, Dan James. Similar line, he would have seen what to do. Carl Brown in the background just helping out, marking. And that it's just gone round the back. I don't know how it snuck in round the back there, but it has. So we'll see Bobby Hopkinson putt out, and then behind us back at 14 are the leaders coming through behind us. Oh, Bobby has sent that a long way right, and that really needs to come off the bank and settle. Just didn't come off his foot correctly, unfortunately. So we will leave that there and skip ahead to Harry Gill's second shot on 14. The lead group chasing down the fairway, and while they do that, we'll get an update on the scores from them. So Ben Clark is back to 5 under for the day, so a 2-shot lead over Artur Sipacek, who is now 11 under total, 6 under today, and then Alexander Alenbring at 2 under and 9 under total respectively. So we will watch these come through. It's going to be tight, but that extra shot cushion that Ben's managed to eke out is going to stand him in good stead. So we will watch them behind us. hole. So these balls just being marked while we wait. Just taking their time to carefully mark things and get things straight in their heads.
Marking, yeah?
So in it goes. It looks from under the hole. It needed to go high. I think that's got a chance. Oh, it's just round the back. It's really unlucky. It was such a great line. He was shouting after it to turn, but it never quite did. So he'll go and mark that. Next to play will be Harry Gill. Very solid and very sensible player, Harry. Very well liked by all. So that's rolling well. It needs to go a little bit more. I think it's just going to die and fall over the hole. Haven't seen many stay up there, but it's close enough that he should be able to finish off successfully. So Harry will go and mark. We'll see these play out. We'll see them tee off on 15, and then we have Alice down on the green for the tidy up. So again, just short but under the hole, paced very, very well. So that will sit there nicely. So, Ben Clark to play. Furthest up the fairway for 2. This is for 3. Generally, most people are taking a par on this. There's been very, very few birdies on here today. Played it high. It's just gonna fall under the hole. Again, it just needed a little bit more, but he's got it to stop very, very close. Telling people before the hole that it's impossible to get it to stick on the green, and then gets it to stick on the green. So Max Baker just having a little bit of a giggle with him over that. Zam Broley are having a gig with him over that. Good manage to get that stick on the green. So finished off. Many pars here today. Been very, very few threes. We follow these groups coming through. Oh, that's unlucky from Harry Gill, and that's the trouble with not leaving it under the hole, is that you haven't got that uphill putt. So he's had a sideways putt and it's just fallen directly underneath the hole. So that's a drop shot for Harry, unfortunately. But oh, he's missed the putt on the way back as well. He's gone from being 3 feet away for a par to taking a double bogey, unfortunately. That will be very disappointing for Harry. Nobody wants to see that. So, Ben Clark, leader to finish. Just seen Harry's, but he was never going to miss from there either. Hits the pin, and off they go up to the 15th tee box. So on the green ahead on 15. In it goes. So Mick Eardley next to play. The line was so good until the end. It just died with pace. It just needed a tiny little bit more, and that would have been dropping in. But Mick will just tidy up. So looking to close out here on hole 15. And it was never going anywhere else other than in the hole, so we'll flick back up to the tee box at 15. Ben Clark to tee off, just checking his ball's behind the line, which it is. Sound from outside of the van with a slight delay before we see it on the TV monitors, and tracking it out into the fairway. So a lot of people using the line behind the trees high up on the right hand side for a better angle coming in, as we saw earlier. Steve Bastin just catching the tree or falling a bit short. So let's see what they can do here. Had the same trouble, unfortunately. It's going to be a long way in from there. So Harry Gill having to recover from the last hole. Oh, he's hit the trunk of the tree. It's come out sideways onto the fairway, so that will be okay, and he'll have a line. But it's such a tight angle. It's really even worth trying a left foot, even if it's a weak left foot, to swing it up rather than flirt with those trees. They walk down the fairway. Tree branches, it's almost come down. It's twice. This is not what he wanted. It's going to make it very, very hard to rescue a par from there. Marked originally because I don't think he intended to be there. We'll just watch this shot from behind and see how it tracks down. Just clearing the trees this time. Travelling down with pace off the fairway onto the green, and needs to track left, but that's alright. That won't have too much pace. It will just sit there on the edge, so it'll be a putt all the way along the edge of the fringe. So, Harry Gill. Great shape to the shot, trying to swing it from right to left. This is going to be quite similar, depends on the speed, but it's going to trundle past the hole and fall in down towards the edge. Although not fallen to the bottom, so we might have a slightly better line from there. And back up to the the fairway for next shot for Ben Clark. He's just asking for that ball to be marked. So strong side foot pass. Had a good angle from high up the top. Just needs it to just about, the pace is almost perfect. It just trundles over that last edge. You're not going to get it much further left, so he's done well to stop it there and give himself a chance with a bit of protection behind. So these are the last 3 or 4 groups of the day. The last holes, 15, 16, 17 and 18 to play before we set up ready for tomorrow. So we will just confirm the leaders as they stand from all of the other groups. So in the women's category, Rina Akasu 3 under, Rebecca Resner 3 under, Kelly Menzies 2 under, Claudia Nemkova 1 under, Tiffany Suss 1 under. So 2 shots between the top 5 players in that category heading into tomorrow. In the junior section, this finished with an amazing 6 under par from Amancio Cortines Diego today from Spain to leave him 4 under par. 3 shots ahead of Jamie Hammond, who shot a 1 under today, and also 1 under overall, both Jamie Hammond and Connor Bennett. So 3 shot gap, but the 2 English boys I'm sure will do their very best tomorrow to try and chase him down. In the senior category, Yannick Bayer finished 1 under for today, but cemented his position at the top at 8 under par. Behind him, 6 shots behind, are Frederick Cravon and Branislav Thron and William Morrison, all at 2 under par, with then 3 more players at 1 under, being Marco Pinero, Gail Petard and Stein Arnstad. So that is going to be, on paper, a battle for the podium places, but anything can happen tomorrow. Quick look at the Senior Plus before returning to an update on the men. Senior Plus changed around and we saw some of this footage down 18 with Eric's hands at 6 under total for the day, 5 under overall, with a 1-shot lead over Jose Guerrera of France, his compatriot, at 4 under, and then 2 shots back to Saba Balassi of Hungary. So again, only 3 shots separating the top group there. So back to the men's leaderboard for today. As we've said previously, the biggest scorers of today so far: John Neal 7 under, Matic Sivcek 7 under, and we have a whole group of people that are 6 under for today now. So Ben Clark 6 under through 14. Halfdan Roth 6 under, finished for the day. Patrick Huber 6 under, but the overall totals at the moment, Ben Clark holds a 4-shot lead at 14 under par, ahead of Artur Sipacek at 10 under and Alexander Allenbring at 10 under. So some work to be done. Let's see if it can be done in the final few holes of today. So there's not so much of an uphill battle to catch Ben Clark tomorrow, but we will see. Stay tuned to these cameras and we'll bring you all of the footage as we look to close out hole 15 here on these live cameras. Thank you again for joining us today at the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 at the Ashbury Manor Resorts. Coverage brought to you by Seth Conway Media, myself, Stephen Groomridge and Paul Bolton. Thank you for tuning in. Please like and subscribe and share our content to spread the word for this wonderful game as far and wide as we can. So, Ben having a close look at this. It was a good approach. It's all golf green now, all the way from here to the hole. Needs to get the pace right. We know it drops from right to left at the end. So, sends it on its way. The safe play is the left side. But not quite falling in, but safe enough. That'll be tapped in for par. So, Samo Murasinek of Slovakia, 1 under for today, 8 under total. He's walking after that. I'm not sure if he was walking after it because he was confident or whether he knew he'd missed it. But that is frustration, and it almost looked as though the ball was still moving when he kicked it to tap it in. They go to the next hole, so we will pan round and pick up the group coming in on 16. Ball dropping down the hill just out of sight. This is the penultimate group. So, Sipchik down the hill, looking for it to go, and goes in. That, I believe, is a shot back on Ben. As they all look to tidy up this hole. So, Bobby Hopkinson. Egging it on, can't quite see where that's gone at the moment. We're just waiting for the camera to pan round on that. So, we'll pan back down to group waiting to tee off down the bottom. So we will wait while they come to tee off. So the boys are walking down the slope to the hole to tee off on 16. Ben Clark striding ahead to tee off first. This will go left to right all the way along the fairway. Okay, so Ben strikes the ball, and you can see that coming into shot on the other camera we have now, coming down the centre of the fairway, and that's going to go right to left as we look, left to right. And it will end up right down the bottom of the tree line. And if that settles in there, he will be happy with that. So, back to the tee. Harry Gill strikes it well, again up the hill. Big follow through. Slightly further left as we look, as he looks, and that will drop back down to the edge. So, next player, you see Harry Gill and Ben Clark's balls on the left hand side there, sitting pretty close together, all collecting down there in the same place. They're all going to have a good read of each other's lines. So, the final one on the tee is Samo Morisinek. As some of the other players cross the fairway ahead of play. And a big strike coming across the fairway. And just while they wake up to the ball, we've got some other footage here. From down on 17. So Bobby Hopkinson marking. This is the 1, 2 in front. So Dan James. Uphill putt. Again, needs to give it enough. And up past the hole and misses, unfortunately for Dan. So, Steve Bastin, tricky downhill putt here. Needs to make sure of the line. It's going to run through otherwise, but so literally doesn't even touch it, and it runs towards the hole and runs past. That's the trouble with leaving the ball above the hole. It's always very, very tricky. So Bastin up the hill and in, and a great recovery from Steve Bastin. Bobby Hopkinson up the hill, firm, hit the flag and in, and a little fist pump, I believe. He'll be happy with that. So flipping back round to see this lead group on 16. Ball just sat on the edge. So as a reminder, we'll be back on air by 10 a.m. tomorrow for the final day of play. We have lots of exciting coverage for you tomorrow of all of the closing groups and the winners as they come through. So a reminder, tomorrow the senior and women are on Pines, the junior and senior are on Forest, and the men are on Oakwood. So an exciting day, and as you would have heard from the reading of the leaderboards, there is everything to play for. No one is out of reach tomorrow for the chance to be Masters champion. So we will see how that unfolds. So Rob Mucklow down helping out on the green at 16. So we're just waiting for that to be marked, and then Ben Clark will play in from there. So Ben Clark comes down that left-hand side over the ridge. Oh, and just misses from dropping in the hole. And unfortunately that has now trundled away. So you can see the intention. We'll quickly flick back over to Ali Dick, finishing on 18. It looks a good line, but it's moving left and drops underneath the hole. Don't think he can quite believe it's done that, and how far away it's gone. You see the crowds building in the background as the men finish 18 today. It's great to see so many people sitting around and watching. So we'll watch Ali Dick finish off on 18 before coming back to the lead group on 16. Frustrating for Ali. So we will leave that there and watch back on 16. Okay, flip back to 18 to see this finished off. So Ali Dick trying to close out his round ahead of putt previously from Yukasei, and he does. So back on to 16. Harry Gill left himself under the hole, big up and across the green, starts it off well, needs to turn right a little bit, but it's going to come in, and a very unfortunate to just fall under the hole there. That was a really good shot from Harry Gill. So Harry will come and finish, and does. We'll see this group putt out, and while they're on the way to the 17th tee box, we will bring you coverage from elsewhere on the course. So pop it back on the mark. He's had a good look. He knows what he needs to do. So Samo Morisek across the green. It's a little bit straighter than Harry's, so this could hit. It needs to turn hard left now. It's just going to stay out to the right. Didn't see it moving that much, but we'll flick up to 18, 17. 17, where Mick earlier has got another uphill putt to finish off, and unfortunately leaves it short again, the same as he did on 14. So we'll watch Mick finish off and flick to Ben Clark, whose ball run through after coming off the ledge, but we will see how he can recover coming back. Starts it on its way. It looks as though it's right. It's gonna fall, stay out to the right. That will be a very easy tap in finish. So Alexander Allenbring still in contention, playing well. It would be very handy for him if this popped in. Oh, it slides past the left edge. That would have been good to see that go in. Keep things alive. Now, Manor and Ashbury finishes off, and they move on to the next hole as we see the ball fall in on 18, 17. So Sipacher to finish off, left foot up the hill, and in it goes. So we move to the Italian of Richard Mattioli on hole 18. Just not enough, just fell a little bit left. It looks as though he's had a frustrating final few holes or so, but a very good player, and I'm sure he will be challenging hard on Oakwood tomorrow. Dan James just handing the marker back to Ricky, one of our marshals. So Dan James, slightly uphill. Slightly is probably an understatement. But again, he's really undercooked that, and it's fallen off to the left-hand side. So some work to be done there to tidy up. We'll mark that. Puts his head on the ball in frustration. So we pan round. Bobby Hopkinson. I suspect you'll hear him shout if this goes in. Trying to stay in contention in the top 5. Needs to go. Needs to go. Oh, the line was so good as well. He'll be frustrated with that. At the same time, it's an easy finish. Just taking his time. I think he thought about marking it, but in it goes. A double fist pump. I think he's really happy with that. I think he's played absolutely brilliantly today. He's kept himself in contention with some very, very big names. So, the last of this group to finish. So, Dan James and Richard Mattioli from similar positions on this left-hand side. See Dan James, and that is a great recovery from there. He'll be happy with that. He'll be disappointed that he put himself in that position in the first place, I think, but picked up well. So Mattioli, and in that goes as well. So, Steve Bastin. So Bastin clapping as it goes in. He's happy with that. Such a good player. And fist pumps and high fives as they finish off their round. So we will leave them to go on as we pick up the lead group. Harry Gill to play. Strong side foot up the hill. Needs to settle there. It's going to turn in hard. And, oh, just fell underneath the hole for another uphill putt. And Marshall here, George Anderson, will kindly mark the balls for us. So, Allenbring looking to try and make something happen here, but unfortunately fell well short of the task in hand there. He's left himself a very, very long and difficult putt from being so close. So Ben Clark, a much stronger putt. It's looking to be at least pin high or even beyond. He knows that's going to fall back in hard left and even maybe come back on itself from there. And that's the experience showing just there. That has just gone round the back and fallen underneath, but by getting there at least pin high and beyond, he's given himself a chance to do it, and the others just didn't manage to do that. So Samo up the hill, trying to follow Ben's line here. It's a very similar line. I think it's going to settle round the back. It's coming back on itself, and that's left. Nice easy tap in from there. Although looking at our other camera angle, you will see it's probably not as much of a tap in as it looks from where we are. Probably underselling that one a little bit, but we'll let him mark that. Then we'll keep this wide angle until we're ready. So again, across the green, turning hard right to left. I think it's going to fall underneath. It's a little bit disappointing for the end there. He'll mark that. So George gives Harry Gill the ball. You can see from here. Harry up the hill. Is it going to come back? I'm not sure if it's going to come back from that high up. It's a little bit unlucky. So just another wide shot. Harry will finish that off. Tidy up. Samo Arensek. And in it goes. So quickly pan to Mitt Erdley on 18. That really steep uphill right to left. Being very, very cautious with that, but that's a good leave. That will sit up there nicely. So back to Ben Clark on 17. Goes. So Ben keeping the pressure up on everyone else. In the right hand side. They move on, so we flick up to 18. where we can see why the others are playing from the bottom up the hill. It's all dragging over to that back left side. So Sipacek from the rough. You can know what this does if it goes past. So you have to be very careful here, using the rough very nicely and just running past. Right, there it goes. It's in these sort of situations, given his leaderboard status, is it just worth a tap up and tap in rather than risking trying to get a shot? And finished off on 18. And that is almost we will flick back to the tee box on 18. Ben Clark ready to play. So back to 18 just to see the group finishing them off. Very hard hole 18 to finish on. It's lots of hills around the left hand side, but it makes Mick's putt from the bottom look even better, leaving it there, aiming to finish it off. So I believe they have finished this group on 18. So we'll switch over to the leaders coming up 18. We'll just get an updated leaderboard for the men as they come out to their balls. So as we stand, Ben Clark 14 under, Sipacek 11 under, Roth from Norway 9 under with Bobby Hopkinson 9 under, Tom Spink 8 under, good day for Tom, and Mick Eardley on 8 under, Alexander Allenbring 8 under, and the rest at 7s and 6s. So all to play for. Ben Clark at the moment with a 3-shot lead, but this hole still to play. And Mick Eardley and Alexander Allenbring just finishing. Mick Eardley finished off on the previous hole. So Harry Gill from the fairway, good strike out to the right hand side. He's going to be looking to try and climb that hill. Oh, that is a shot and a half from Harry. Go on then, in you go. Oh, it just slipped out. That was real good effort from Harry from right back there. He really caught hold of it well. It climbed up the hill onto the green, tracked back across and just slipped out. That was very unlucky. Luckily it hasn't strayed too far from the hole, so we'll be happy with that, and that could be a good shot for Harry to try and get him to 4 under overall, and 2 under for the day, but that was to come. Let's see, that ball going to stick there? It is. So Allenbring with a great, sorry, Maransic with a great shot there, staying on the green with a red Team Geist. Ben Clark to play. So low and hard all the way along the floor, just tracking up towards the bunker, and that will turn back just onto the fringe. A little bit of work to do from there. I would have thought he would have liked that to be a little bit further up, but as we've seen, anything past the hole is a nightmare coming back, so gives him a chance. See them striding up 18 with the crowd gathering in the background behind the tree line. So Ben will come and have a look at the task ahead. Not easy from down there, as we've seen. So, Ben Clark, up the hill. We know this turns hard right to left. It needs to sit under the hole. That will be an easy finish for Ben. And he may have seen what Sipacek did on the last hole and just made sure of that. So this grouping looking to finish off the day. It's been a long day here at the course, but one full of sun. Slightly more breeze today, which is going to drop off again tomorrow, we are told. And everything looking set fair for an exciting conclusion to the event. Oh, it's just drifted right past the hole. Luckily it's not gone too far. It is hard coming back. So Adambring will have to try again. So Samo across the green, right to left. If he does want to miss it left. Just checking the line before he walks up to it. Just thinking about, I think the wind's just picked up. It's just the ball might have been moving. He's just taking his time, and rightly so. Needs to be comfortable before he plays. This is actually turning into quite a long wait. Guess there are no groups behind them to worry about. And after all that, he missed it left. He's going to be absolutely fuming with that, unfortunately, because we know where it goes from there. Just needs to get his composure here. Looks a little bit rattled. Needs to just take his time and make sure this goes in. He's not had the best round today. And those last two shots won't sit well before bedtime tonight, unfortunately. He's left himself a lot of work to do for tomorrow. So Harry Gill should be having the ball down, crouching down like Spider-Man on the floor. This will be a great finish for Harry on an otherwise difficult day. Just left it short, but not the worst in the world. Anything long and it's gone. So to finish up, Adambring, who's just slipped away a little bit, just outside the top 5 at the moment. So this going in, put him in very, very good place to challenge for those podium places tomorrow. And in it goes. So a reminder here at the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 from the Ashbury and Manor Resorts. We will be back live with you tomorrow from 10 AM for the conclusion of this magnificent event. Everything to play for in all categories. We have lots of footage coming up, and stay tuned for more. We look forward to bringing you everything. We'll be based at Oakwood tomorrow following the men's conclusion. We're out on the course earlier in the day to make sure that we have footage of all other categories finishing their rounds. So from us here, Seth Conway Media, Stephen Groombridge, Paul Bolton and the whole team behind the scenes, thank you for watching and listening today, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you.